right, so welcome. Elaine, back to the Zoom room. So let's jump into today's teaching. First of all our quotes, then the related teaching, and that'll lead us nicely into our lesson for today. So I'll share my screen with you. Let me know when you can see it. And there we go. And yeah, so if you can read that headline quote for us, kindly.
Of all powers, love is the most powerful and most powerless. It is the most powerful because it alone can conquer that final and most impregnable stronghold, which is the human heart. It is the most powerless because it can do nothing except by consent.
Yeah, good, interesting quote, isn't it? A guy called Frederick Buechner, an American writer, preacher, and theologian, points to the paradoxical nature of the power of love, which is often seemingly powerless in the face of the overwhelming problems of our individual lives and the world. And also the reason for this seeming paradox. The reason is that we have what's been called free will, which is the power of choice. So we must choose to allow the power of love to transform our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions, all of which combine to constitute our experience of life. It comes down to choice. We block the power of love by choosing against it. It seems not to be there, and therefore to be unable to help us. But this is only the consequence of our own denial of love, and not because it has denied or rejected us, which is, of course, the ego's interpretation of the predicament. We say, God's rejected us. I'm abandoned, I'm rejected, I'm sinful. You know, the story of Adam and Eve being cast out of the Garden of Eden. That's a symbolic of the idea that God's rejected us. But actually, we rejected God. It was our will not to know our source. And so then we project that onto our source and say, well, it's his fault, its fault that we don't know it. And we've been abandoned when in fact we abandoned it. You see how the ego works.
Yeah.
So then you ask the question, who in their right mind would deny love? Answer is no one in their right mind, which is part of our minds that is being guided by the Holy Spirit, or the remembrance of perfect love. Only the wrong part of our minds, which is the ego or belief in separation, could deny the beneficent power of love and then believe that it has been rejected by and is unworthy of that love. You see how it works. I reject it. I don't want it because I'm the king of the castle. I want to be in charge. So I have to reject that divine love. And then I project my rejection onto it. I create a false self-concept of it, and I say, oh, well, now it's abandoned me and I'm not worthy of it. It's really nuts when you look at, you know, the deception of it. But that's what we've apparently done to ourselves. If you look at it in the context of this diagram, kind of demonstrated here, you see that the ego, in order to believe that it's an individual self, has had to deny God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and say, no, this doesn't exist. I've destroyed this, and I now exist alone, and I'm in charge. So that's what it's done. But then, in order to maintain that, it has to project onto the concept of a fearful, wrathful, separate God, all of its own abandonment and rejection, its decision to abandon and reject spirit and destroy it. And it now projects that onto this concept, which is just a concept, and says, well, now actually God has done this to me. I have been abandoned and rejected, and I will be punished for my sin. because I've been abandoned and rejected. And it has to do that to maintain its existence as a separate self. And so you get guilt and sin and fear and attack coming in, and a concept, a very, vicious, ugly concept of God, which we see in some of these, the monotheistic religions, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, as epitomized in the Old Testament of the Bible. You see this vengeful, wrathful, judgmental God that's going to punish you. You don't do things right, then God will punish you because you've been bad and sinful. That's the concept, isn't it? But that all comes from your own delusion of a separate self, and then projecting your own rejection onto this concept and saying, well, now I've been rejected, rather than taking it back to the cause and saying, well, it was actually my own decision to separate. That's the problem. And this is just a false idea in my mind. It has no reality in truth. Does that make sense, Elaine?
Yeah, it does.
Good. Okay, so let's go back to this. So only the wrong part of our minds, which is the ego or belief in separation, could deny this beneficent power and then believe that it has been rejected by and is unworthy of love. Because actually itself, it's decided to reject it. It's got nothing to do with God, but then it has to make up a false concept of God and believe that it's been rejected. And that, of course, now seemingly externalizing. You see how clever it is. It's no longer my decision to do this. I don't have responsibility anymore. It's God. God has rejected me and abandoned me, and then writes stories like the Adam and Eve story to seemingly confirm that. Go, well, look, there it is. It's now written down in the Bible, and the Bible's not wrong. So yes, we've sinned in the eyes of God, and we've been rejected and abandoned, and we've been cast out of paradise to suffer and die in the world, basically. And this is now, a permanent state of affairs. Nothing we can really do about it. But as Yeshua says in the text, he says, well, in the Bible it says Adam fell into a deep sleep, and nowhere is there any reference to him waking up. Interesting observation. Adam fell into a deep sleep, and it doesn't say he woke up.
Oh.
So what he's saying is we've just been asleep forever.
He died.
The whole...
No. What, he died, you mean? Oh, sorry.
No, he's just been asleep.
I see.
When Adam fell into a deep sleep. So the story, Adam and Eve story, if you know it, goes that Adam was put into a deep sleep in order to take a rib from him while he was asleep and then create Eve. That was, that was the myth. And he's saying, well, actually, there was never any reference in the Bible to Adam awakening. Never said, oh, well, then Adam woke up, as he points out. So what he's really saying is that, Adam and Eve are still asleep. They just haven't woken up from their dream, their nightmare of abandonment by God, of separation from God, from each other, and this sense of being abandoned and rejected by God. They haven't woken up from that. They're just asleep. And we just have to awaken to go, well, actually, that's just not the case. That's just a false story. It's not true. The ego's made it up. The truth is that we still are one with our source. How can we not be? We still have life. We still have awareness. How can we not be one with the source of that awareness? That's the truth. That's just been obscured by, all the egos, this whole story, whole complicated story that's depicted in this descent into hell. It's just that. It's just a false story. So you might go, oh, that's terribly complicated. I'm never going to get my head around that. Well, you don't have to. The point is, you just have to look at it and go, that's all just false. That's just ridiculous. The whole story makes no sense whatsoever. It's a ridiculous story. The logic is faulty from the start because there is no separation. So you're now dealing in a system that's based on false logic, and that doesn't work. So you don't. It's useful to look at it and go, okay, I understand how it works. But then don't try and go, oh well, I'm going to justify this, so this should be maintained. It's like, no, he's asking us to look at it with the Holy Spirit to see the insanity of it and go, this is just crazy. The system doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Then we can let it go and be free of it. Okay, so realizing that you're solely responsible for this denial and simultaneously letting go of the temptation to blame God or anyone else for the unfortunate consequences of your own denial is the first step in spiritual awakening. And I've mentioned this before, but taking responsibility is what it comes down to. So I can't say, well, God's responsible, God abandoned me, God rejected me, or anyone else. I have to look at my predicament as an individual living in this seemingly unfair world outside of me, living quite a helpless, innovative little life, lots of limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering, and inevitable death. And I have to look at that honestly and say, but I did this to myself. This is my responsibility. I chose to put myself in this position. It has nothing to do with a vengeful, wrathful God or anyone else who's trying to victimize me and oppress me in my nightmare dream. It's my decision. That's the problem. Which is a hard thing to realize. It's not easy to stop projecting guilt in the form of blame and saying, like, I'm accountable. I did this. Why? Because I decided to separate from my source. And so all the consequences that come from that decision, then I set in motion, including now my helpless, innovative little life as a human being. That's all part of the consequence of the belief in separation. So if I see that causation clearly, that I did it to myself, only then can I change my mind. You see, you can't change your mind if you're not responsible. If you're blaming God or anyone or anything else, you can't, there's no fundamental change possible because it's external to you. The problem's external to you. But if you look at it honestly and say, I did it to myself, that's the beginning of spiritual awakening. Because I did it to myself. Okay, it's a hard realization, but it's an empowering one. So, okay, well, bad choice. It was very silly. But I don't have to keep doing it. I don't have to keep choosing that. I can make another choice. Choose once again. That's the title of the last section of the text. Choose once again. I can choose once again, and I can make a different choice this time, which undoes all of the consequences of my false choice for separation. And that choice is the choice the Holy Spirit is asking us to make consistently in our dream world, to move us from identification with the ego and its nightmare, and to move us systematically back into this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so any questions about that diagram?
No, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we look at it again and again and again, but hopefully each time you see a different perspective, it makes more sense. You're like, okay, seeing how this all fits. Yeah, I'm seeing the powerful simplicity of this teaching. It's so simple, which is why we struggle with it, because it should be more complicated according to the ego. But it's actually very simple. It's just a realization of what the ego is, and then a choice to let it go and say, well, this is just all nonsense. It's all rubbish. It has no validity whatsoever. It has no meaning, no purpose, no validity whatsoever. I can drop the whole thing. Which means you drop your human life, you drop this world, you drop this universe. It all disappears. So, seemingly quite a radical choice. But it's the only way. How else are you going to escape from such a dark thought system and reality? But by letting it go completely. Okay, so that brings us nicely into today's lesson. Another lesson in choice, right? So each of these lessons, Yeshua's asking you to make a choice. It's making the right-minded choice based on the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love, for God, for peace, for love, and each one just frames that choice in a different way to kind of keep our minds engaged in it. All right, so if you can read that, let's just get. I'm going to bring up the. Yes, we want to edit it. All right, so if you can read that lesson in the original and the alternative form, lesson 267, 1, 2.
My heart is beating in the peace of God. My heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. Yep, it's very nice.
Yeah, it's a very much a feeling. You know, it's like go in and feel the heart. And so he's pointing us really to our heart center. And there's a lot of research that's been done the last 20, 30 years by various organizations. Primarily, there's an institute called the Heart Math Institute. I don't know if you've heard of them. And their whole mission is to help people to understand the power of the heart, not as an organ, but as an energy center. You know, your heart center sits here in the center of your chest. And they're saying, you know, your primary intelligence lies there. You drop your attention there, and you let your heart, direct your thoughts, your words, your actions. Then everything becomes entrained to this heart-based frequency, which is much more powerful than the brain. So it's kind of moving your attention down from here, which is typically associated with the mind, thinking, to here, which is more about intuitive knowing and feeling. And then you see her, you know, touching her heart. And why do we do that? To connect with that energy center. And there's a smile and it's going within. And so the heart takes you within. The mind tends to be absorbed with its own thoughts, with judgments based on your sensory stimuli, perceptions. And so we won't find enlightenment just in the mind, just there. You know, he's saying go into the heart and integrate the two. You know, it's really just it's actually the same thing, but this is just like your deeper mind, you could call it. We call it your heart because you feel it here, don't you? There's an energy center there. If you feel expanded, you feel happiness, you feel joy. Where do you feel it? You feel it in your heart center. And there's a sense of an expansion there. And that then creates an energetic field, which then radiates out through the body. And that field starts directing your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And you watch that movie that Christine posted, and I included it in
The Field or something. The Field.
Field, yeah.
I just watched the start of it. It was very much on energies, wasn't it? It was interesting, yes. Yeah, it was interesting, but I haven't actually managed to get the time to watch it all.
So they're talking about, you know, everything is the field where we live in the field of energy, the quantum field, if you like.
Yeah, very interesting.
Right, was it the morphic field specific to human beings? Each species has a morphic field. So what directs everything is the field. Now, if you tap into that field, you feel it in your heart center. You are directly connected to the field, and now you are part of that field, and you are the field is working through you. That's the idea. So now it's not just you as an individual self, it's the field that you are part of that is directing your thoughts, your words, your actions. And if it's the highest field of love, you know, the underlying base reality behind everything else, 0 point energy, as they call it in science, then that starts to flow through you and direct your thoughts, words, and actions. And then you become an inspired and inspiring person, a miracle worker, one of the enlightened ones, showing the way. But it's a feeling. You know, when you look at Yeshua's miracles, how did he do all of that? He did it through the field. It wasn't him as a, you know, separate individual magician doing it. He tapped into the field. His heart must have been wide open to the field. And was like, okay, I'm just going to go with the flow and be directed. And I don't think he even knew necessarily how the healing happened, because the field did the healing. He was just an instrument of the field bringing that through. Which is expressed in the words, not my will, but thy will be done. Okay, so it's all God's will. It's the field. This giant field is God's will. And when you tap into it with your heart and you feel it, so my heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. I'm in the field, is what he's saying, isn't it? In language, he's trying to capture this idea that I'm in the peace of perfect love. I'm in the field of loving awareness. And I feel the love and I feel the peace. And I can feel it in my heart. And then that entrains the rest of my mind, the rest of my body, into its powerful frequency and energy. Heart is beating in peace of perfect love. It's a lovely. And so some of these lessons are very much about feeling into it, isn't it? Some are more perceptual and he works on the mind, and others are like, just feel it. This is one of those feeling lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Drop into that heart center and feel it. So we will definitely do a meditation on this one. It's a lovely one to meditate on. Yeah. And feel this in your heart center. And then you tap into the field, and the field and you are not separate anymore. You are one with that field of loving awareness, which we call God. And that then directs your thoughts and your words and your actions, and everything flows out of you. But now it's in alignment with this greater energy or consciousness or intelligence we call God or spirit or the field. It doesn't really matter what you call it. What matters is that you connect with it and you experience it. It's not something to be known intellectually. That's the difference between, the mystic and the theologian. You can't really know it intellectually. Oh, well, I know of the field and I can study it. And it's like, no, I feel it. I'm in the field. I experience it firsthand. That's much more powerful knowledge because you know it experientially, not theoretically. If you look throughout history, there's been this profound difference between the theologians of the world, philosophers even. It's mind and it's theology and it's ideas and concepts and the mystics who go, but I feel it, I experience it. You see that, you've watched The Chosen, you see that very clearly in the contrast between Yeshua and Nicodemus. Remember Nicodemus, the Jewish rabbi?
I've seen a couple of the episodes. Yeah, I've seen some of them. Yeah.
So Nicodemus was at the top of his game. He's the kind of chief rabbi of the Sanhedrin. He's like the one, in formal, religious structures. He knows apparently God, but he doesn't really. He knows that he doesn't know God. He knows that he's still missing a big part of the picture in his own mind and heart. He doesn't buy into everyone else's, you know it all because you're the chief rabbi of the Sanhedrin. And then Yeshua comes along, and Yeshua's doing this kind of stuff. He drives out the demon from Mary Magdalene, which Nicodemus tried to do, and he was like, he couldn't do it. The entity that had possessed him, I was like, you have no power here, Rabbi, and go. And he's like, whoa, that's something only God can do that. It's beyond my power. And then Yeshua comes along and like, demon's gone in an instant. He's like, how did you do that? So he sees there's another level, there's another power that he doesn't have access to, and he's fascinated by Yeshua. He's like, I want to know what you know. And they have this conversation, and if you listen, it's quite interesting. Yeshua's trying to explain to him. It's like points him in the right direction, but in the end, it's the person's own experience. They have to be willing to really open their mind and their heart to this field we call God. Say, okay, like, show me, not my will, but thy will. And I have to let go of all of my existing belief structures. So the problem with someone like Nicodemus and the Jewish Sanhedrin is they had way too many existing belief structures and systems to really be open to, what it is. All of those beliefs would limit them into a very kind of narrow, egoic way of so-called worshiping God. And Yeshua didn't have those. Yeshua was like wide open. He's like, he transcended those egoic belief structures and went, my heart is beating in the peace of love, and I am that, and I carry that love with me, and that love is what does the work. That love speaks for me and acts for me and does the healing and does the miracles, and I just let it flow through me. He wasn't blocked to it. He just allowed himself to be used by this field of perfect love to work, miracles. And because I think people in those days, they didn't have the same level of scientific materialist belief. They hadn't evolved to the science. They believed. There was a huge belief system that grew around him. Like, he is the Messiah. He is the one. And they believed it so much that then he was the one for them. Then he was the symbol then of this so-called divine power of this field that could work miracles, that could heal the sick instantly, that could redeem sins, that could raise the dead. And this very powerful field arose around Yeshua, which then the field did the work. And he just kind of showed up and went, okay, I've just got to allow this field to do its thing through me. And other people tapped into it. Obviously, the more people tapped into it, the more powerful that field became. And so a whole movement developed. It was like this enormously powerful energy developed around this man and then his followers and disciples. And that energy was so powerful that it was the foundation then for the world's biggest religion. That then grew and it shifted and changed and got a little bit corrupted and twisted, no doubt. But it was enough to sustain for 2,000 years to bring us, what we now have as the Christian religion, and something deeper. The Christian mystic tradition, and now the Course in Miracles is all part of that original field that he set down, that he was the initiator of. He allowed it to come through him in his lifetime, and that has sustained for 2,000 years, and it still sustains. We are still the two of us and anyone in this community are part of that field still. It's quite extraordinary, really. Think about it. 2,000 years, because there's no time to this stuff. It's such a powerful energy that it can sustain over an infinite span of time. In fact, as long as human beings are around, this field will sustain. It is eternal. Eternal in time. Eventually, it will fade away, and there'll be no need for fields or teachings or any of it. But as long as the world seems to exist, and as long as human society exists, this field will maintain. It will never be forgotten because it is so powerful, so strong. Yeshua will never be forgotten. His legacy is timeless in this world because of the power of what he stood for, that is eternal. And so now we're being asked to tap into that same field and carry it on. Say, okay, well, I was nothing special. He said, I wasn't any great son of God, not the only son of God, the only one who can do this. He said, you shall do these things that I have done, and even more powerful things, even greater things you will do. He was saying to you have the same power because you can tap into the same field. And now he's given us a course to teach us how to do that, because the instructions over 2,000 years got a bit garbled, didn't they? Like how you become like Yeshua was not well communicated by the disciples initially, and then it not at all by the church structures and so on that followed, because they pedestalized and they said, well, now he's the only son of God and he's the special one. You've kind of got to worship him. He's the way to God. You've got to worship him as a demigod. And as one wise Greek philosopher that I once chatted to said that is blasphemy. How dare they blaspheme against him, because he was not the only son of God. That is a blasphemy, and that is a blasphemy that has been perpetuated and has been taught as formal religion for the last, well, when did Christianity come into sort of formal being? About 325 AD, I think, was became the formal religion of Rome. From that point on, there was this like, okay, he is the only son of God, and you have to believe this, and it's a dogma. that really denies the power of the field to help and heal anyone. And now, with the Course, he's come back 2,000 years later in this form. This is the second coming, in my view. Just not come physically, because that would be ridiculous. I mean, no one would believe anyway. You can imagine someone coming and say, "Oh, well, I'm Jesus reincarnated." Well, everyone would go, "You crazy? Go to the asylum." So that's not really helpful. But what's helpful is to bring the teaching in through a book like this. That's exactly what he's done. And perpetuate this field that he started 2,000 years ago. Say, okay, so now this is going to grow again. The seed is planted through the Course, and it's going to grow again. And the more people tap into it, the more powerful that field becomes, and that field has the power to transform the entire world. Because it's the truth. And now we're all being called, in our journeys to listen to that field, to listen to this power of love. Yeshua being its chief agent and teacher, and say, okay, well, use me. I surrender my life to you. You do it. You show me where to go, what to do, what to say. I'm an instrument of divine love. You show me. My heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. You show me. You do it. Just like you did it with Yeshua 2,000 years ago, and all the other great masters and mystics. You've done it with them as well. And their only qualification was that they were willing to surrender to that power. They said, okay, not my will, but thy will. It's not my little ego anymore. I'm willing to open up to this and let this be me. Let this consume me. Let this become me completely with no reservation. That's the decision we have to make. I'm not going to hold anything back from this. I'm going to give everything to it. That's the perfect enlightenment. Once you've completely surrendered, you've given everything over to the field, then it is you are it. And the mystical merging of the Father and the Son has taken place. And you are one with it. And that's what all of this is about. You become the field. It is you are it. You just seem to have a human form because that's useful for the field to express in and through the human form for a while. So you become the avatar for this divine, loving energy to flow through you into the world and help and heal and bless. And that's all you're here to do. Awaken yourself and help others to awaken into this peace of perfect love that he points to help everyone to beat their heart to beat in the peace of perfect love. And so we get the synchrony they talked about in the movie, the synchronicity when people start to come together and they meditate together. Even if they're meditating online, they're not physically in the same location. It doesn't matter. They found that there was a coherence that started to happen. They started to their heart started to beat in tune. This coherence and the synchronicity started to happen. And so it is like one heart beating in the peace of perfect love. And they start to tap in to this enormously powerful energy, which then, they talked about those peace experiments that Lynn McTaggart and so on did, has the power to change world events. They did this peace experiment, about it in Sri Lanka.
No.
There were like 10,000 people around the world. They were just doing it online. They were meditating about a long-standing conflict in Sri Lanka. It'd been going on for like 25 years. And so they picked it and they went, okay, well, let's pick that conflict and let's send our positive intention for peace to this. And they did, I think it was a week or 10 days of meditation, daily meditation around the world with a group of something like 10,000 people, I think. And it changed that in the same week, the conflict got more intense, it heightened. The government forces went on the attack big time. And it was like, oh, what's happening? Surely it should be getting better. But that was what was necessary for the war to end. And so it processed through, and I think the next year in May, the war had ended and was over. It's only and that the seed of that, the end of the conflict was during the week of the peace intention experiment. That was when it really changed. Now you could go, the skeptics would go, well, that's just coincidence. It's like how can there be a correlation? But that's just poor science, isn't it? If you're really not open to, that's just saying, well, I don't really want to look at it. Because they're like, oh, hang on. 25 years this thing's been going on. 10,000 people meditate around the world on this particular issue. And then in that same week, it changes. And then within 9 months, the conflict's over.
Mm-hmm.
Is that really an accident? Or, is there a connection? And I think
It's
you'd have to
definitely,
be, you'd have to be
10,000.
totally
Yeah, the energy would be
blind.
amazing. Yeah, with
Yeah.
10,000 people, because I can remember similar, I think I mentioned about a chair. We had to he said, pick that chair up with somebody sitting on it. Well, we couldn't, but then we all had to just tune in and just say levitate, levitate, and whoosh, the chair went up. That was just 4 of
Yeah.
us. So I can
Yeah.
imagine. Did you say 10,000 people?
I think that, I think it was,
So that's a lot of
significant
people.
number. There were thousands of people anyway. It wasn't 10,000.
Yeah, no, I
around
can
the
see how there's a shift. Yeah.
world. And then a world event, random. They picked Sri Lanka because it was sort of in Asia, and most of their network, I think, was in the UK, it was in Europe and US and stuff. So it was like, well, it's not directly affecting anyone. Most of the people are not directly embroiled in it and so on. There's a sort of an ability to detach because they're not involved in the conflict. And so they did it and it worked, and they've repeated it in
I
other
can see
instances.
how it works. Yeah, I can.
They did a experiment in Washington DC in the summer of 1992. They had a conference of about 4,000 transcendental meditators in Washington DC in the US. And based on previous studies, they predicted that crime should go down by 25%. So they went to the Washington DC Police Department and
I
said,
have
look,
heard about that one. Yes.
can we get the stats on this? We're doing this. It's a 6-week conference or something. We were meditating together for hours every day for, I think it was over a month. And can we get the crime stats? And the police department were like, who are these loonies, But yeah, okay, it's this public information anyway. And during that period that they were meditating, violent crime went down by 25%. That's on record statistically. And so the
Which makes sense.
we're like, well, there's no logical explanation for that to happen. There's nothing else really different this year. You can't really ascribe it to the weather. It wasn't particularly cold or hot. It's like, okay, there's no other explanation. Why would it go down suddenly compared with previous years by 25%? Well, the only thing that had changed that year was there's 4,000 meditators who are meditating in the peace of perfect love. They were going in deeply in to these altered states and creating a field of loving, peaceful energy that was then permeating throughout the city. And then people are, pick up on that, and they have less violence, less criminal intentions. They don't want to commit as many crimes. It's just because it's the field that's influencing all of that. So it's very, very powerful stuff. And science is only just starting to kind of wake up to the power of this field, which mystics have known for thousands of years. Spiritual teachers and mystics have known this. And science is starting to go, well, actually, there is now some science to this. Because quantum mechanics talks about the field and what directs everything, a quantum field. Well, that's the same field as Yeshua was tapping into. Whatever you call it. You can call it God or spirit, or you can call it the field or the quantum field or the morphic field. It doesn't really matter. Those are just labels. It's like, can you tap into it and let it direct your thoughts, words, and actions? That's the question. And if you can, then you become one of the awakened ones and one of the inspired and inspiring ones in this world, like Yeshua and many others before you, who are here to show humanity the way back into the field. Because that's the whole purpose of this dream, is to find our way back home to the source of the field, which in scientific terms they call 0-point energy. It's the base awareness. It's that which without which there would be nothing else. The God, spirit. That as it's actually beyond energy. You can't even formulate that. It's formless. It's timeless. It's formless. But it's the foundation of the field. And it's to go back into that state of pure awareness, pure formless awareness at the very source of the field. And that is the destiny of every human being and every other mind, every seemingly separated mind that we see and form in this world, whether it's a human being or a plant or an animal or a cockroach or whatever it is, even rocks, even inanimate objects. All of it is destined to go back into the 0-point, the oneness that underlies it all. And eventually the entire projection of separation will simply be wiped away, and there will simply be the perfect oneness remaining, the very essence, the source of the field itself. And that's what we work towards. Our mission is to merge with that source, become one with it. And while we're still in the projection of the field and we're still working here, to be an agent for that source in this world, to show people, to demonstrate the power of the source, which is God. And let our heart beat in the peace of perfect love, in harmony with others. Okay. So shall we have a little read of it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, so just the alternative, or do you want to?
So Messenger of God. Yeah. So read in the original and the alternative. Just give them a chance to edit it if need be. And not very long, so.
Surrounding me is all the life that God created in his love. Surrounding me is all the life that pure formless awareness extends in its perfect love. It calls to me in every heartbeat and in every breath, in every action and every thought. It calls to me in every heartbeat, every breath, every action, every thought. Peace fills my heart and floods my body with the purpose of forgiveness. Peace fills my heart and floods my body with the purpose of letting go. Now my mind is healed, and all I need to save the world is given me. Now my mind is healed, and all I need to awaken the world is given to me. Each heartbeat brings me peace. Each breath infuses me with strength. Each heartbeat brings me peace. Each breath infuses me with strength. I am a messenger of God, directed by his voice, sustained by him in love, and held forever quiet and at peace within his loving arms. I am a messenger of perfect love, directed by its voice, sustained by it in love, and held forever quiet and at peace within its loving awareness. Each heartbeat calls his name, and everyone is answered by his voice, assuring me I am at home in him. Each heartbeat tells me this awareness is here now, and everyone is answered by its voice, assuring me I am at home in it.
Yeah, so what's he saying? What's he saying in this one?
Well, we're really surrounded by this pure formless awareness, and it's there in every heartbeat, breath, every thought. Peace just fills our body for its purpose of letting go.
And he's talking about the field, isn't he? This is exactly what
I,
he
yes,
calls to me in every heartbeat, every breath. I'm infused with this. If you listen to
yeah,
that field movie, there was a lady who talked, and she said, "Well, I had this kind of awakening experience where I said I
mm,
want to know God." She was brought up in like a formal religious, God the Father idea, and she said, "I
mm,
want to know God and experience." She said it was like this enormously powerful energy just flooded through her whole body, and she felt it.
mm,
And so it's that she tapped into the field in that instance. And it's exactly what he's talking about here. In words, he's trying to describe that experience of like I'm totally immersed in the field and I feel it experientially. It fills my heart, it floods my body. It's like and obviously the words just point you to this really powerful spiritual experience of being one with the field. This is the enlightened experience that many mystics have reported through the ages of being one with all life. They feel that they are one with everyone and everything in that moment, and there is no separation. They are it, and it is them, because they are just part of the underlying field, the energy that's behind everything. So this is, a hallmark of enlightened experiences through the ages. This is exactly what he's pointing us to here. Really feeling it. Each breath, each word, each action is directed by the field. And so I become a messenger of the field, of this perfect love, perfect loving awareness, directed by its voice, sustained by it in love, and held forever quiet and at peace within its loving awareness.
mm.
Within his loving arms. What does that mean? It's you in that loving awareness. So just by changing the language, again, it becomes more. It's not like God the Father loving me. It's I'm in this awareness. I'm in the field. Each heartbeat tells me this awareness is here now. Each heartbeat calls his name, right? Each heartbeat tells me this awareness is here now. That's what it means. And everyone is answered by its voice, assuring me I am at home in it. So we come home to the field, to the source of the field. We go, this is where I belong. This feels right. This feels good. I'm expanded. I'm peaceful. I'm happy. I'm loved and loving. Finally, I've come home. This is the journey of the prodigal son. That parable is talking about coming home into this state of awareness. This is your true home, where you become one with the Father, which is the source of the field of love, source of love itself. Yeah, so very powerful. We'll meditate on this just now because it's uh, again, it's not so much an intellectual lesson. This is a feeling lesson. It's asking us to feel into it, as they say. Okay. So number 2, just a short prayer.
Let me attend your answer, not my own. I choose to listen to your answer and not my own. Father, my heart is beating in the peace the heart of love created. My source, my heart is beating in the peace the heart of love extends. It is there and only there that I can be at home. It is there and only there that I can be at home.
Yeah. What's he saying there?
If we just get ourselves out of the way and join with the source, then that's where the peace of love extends and is there. And it's only there that we can finally reach our true home, our home.
Mm.
It's where we can truly be at home.
Yeah, we come home to this loving awareness. And that's what our true home is. And when you're there, then you know that you're there. It's like, well, you feel it. It becomes experiential. Problem with the philosophers and theologians, it's too intellectual, it's too mental. It needs to be experientially felt to really know it. You know, you can't know of it. Oh, well, yes, potentially, theoretically, there's this field, and you know, no, it's like I'm actually in it. I experience the field. In fact, I am it. I am the field. You know, that's the I am that I am statement. The original name of God given to Moses, because he like tapped into this field, and he says, "Well, what are you? Who can I say sent me?" Because it's told him to go and free his people. It's like I am that I am was the words to express that, the power of that field, of that presence. I am that I am. I simply am. Right? It is. The field is. It exists. And it doesn't matter how much you deny it, how much you try and pretend the field is not there. It doesn't matter. The field is still there. It's just not there for you because you've denied it, as today's quote says. You know, it's all powerful, but it's powerless because it can do nothing except by consent. You must choose to allow it to come into your mind, and that is what's called surrender to God. You must choose. You know, if you want to keep yourself separate from it, and in your own, you know, little mind, the little self, then you can, and then the field can't help you much because you haven't given your consent. But if you open the doors and you say, "Okay, I'm willing to surrender my life to this field and become one with it," then the miracles start happening. And you know, watch out, because as we saw with someone like Yeshua, you know, when someone taps into the field on a powerful level like that, then the world changes. It profoundly changed because the power that he tapped into is so powerful and awesome, and he was such a pure channel for it that it led to, you know, various effects that have lasted 2,000 years and are still with us today. I mean, we're tapping into the same field right now. Okay, so any other thoughts or comments or questions on lesson 267? It's a good
No, it's
one.
good.
It's one of my favorite ones.
It's lovely. It's a very nice one.
Disputing the peace of God. And so, yeah, great one to meditate on. Should we do a meditation?
Yeah. That's good.
All right. So, just got some sun going on. Just think to, sadly, well, it's very sunny. I can't see my screen, so I just have to block out the sun briefly. All right, so just making yourself comfortable, sitting in your favorite meditation posture. Your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Drop your hands on your lap, you close your eyes. And you start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose, Breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Clench the sphincter muscle, you lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine, into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart. Notice anything that seems to be blocking the awareness of your heart. You got any thoughts that are distracting, kind of pulling your attention away from that into the head area. So just breathe into the heart. Drop your attention down into that. Focus on the feeling, your heart center, the hand touching the heart. And just remind yourself that my heart is beating in the peace of God or perfect love right now. My heart is beating in the peace of God or perfect love right now. My heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. Just feel into that. Really feel the power of those words. Breathe in all the life that God or pure formless awareness created or extends in its perfect love. Calls to me in every heartbeat. You can say this out loud to yourself if you want. It calls to me in every heartbeat, every breath, every action, and every thought. This field calls me to unite with it, to listen only to it. Peace fills my heart and floods my body, the purpose of letting go. So breathe in again and feel that flooding of this peaceful, powerful, perfect, loving awareness. It's flowing into every pore of your body, every cell, every muscle. It's infused with this powerful, peaceful, loving awareness. You are it, and it is you. You're in this peaceful, loving awareness. Just feel it. So now my mind is healed, and all I need to awaken the world is given to me. Each heartbeat brings me peace, and each breath infuses me with strength. Breathe in and just feel that. Feel that strength, that peace. I'm a messenger of perfect love, directed by its voice, sustained by it in love, and held forever quiet and at peace within its loving awareness. Each heartbeat tells me this awareness is here now, and everyone is answered by its voice. Assuring me I am at home in it. I am at home in it. I just feel the pulse of this loving awareness, this field of infinite, eternal, divine energy flowing through you. You merge with it. Allow it to become you. You are it and it is you. There's no separation between you and this field. Say, I choose to listen to your answer. Right? You're addressing the source of this field. And choose to listen to your answer, not my own. The answer lies in the source of the field. So my source, you address it. Say, my heart is beating in the peace a heart of love extends. Breathe that peace in again. It is there and only there that I can be at home. Change that to it is here. I think it is here and only here that I can be at home. Which is saying I'm here now, in the moment, in this loving awareness, right now. This is my home. This is the end of the journey of separation. You come home to this loving awareness. So breathe that awareness into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's in this loving awareness. You're going to extend it out. Exhale. Just have a sense of releasing any blocks to that awareness and just extending this awareness out. From the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in this field of loving awareness. Nothing to do. You don't have to do anything. Just be it. Feel it. Experience it. And resist it. Just allow it to be in and through you, to become you. Merge with it. Don't hold anything back. Just allow this peaceful, loving awareness to encompass you, to overwhelm you. Feel your heart beating in the peace of perfect love. For the next couple of minutes of deep, peaceful silence. So just gently coming back from this deep connected state into an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And just pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. Scan your mind, feel into your heart. Notice what's going on there. If there's anything that seems to be at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting, unpleasant in any way, just breathe in and remind yourself that my heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. And you breathe in that peace, put one hand in your heart center, breathe that peace in to your heart, to your mind, into your body, into every pore, into every cell, into every muscle, and remind yourself that my heart is beating in the peace. The heart of love extends. It is here and only here that I can be at home. This is the answer to all my prayers. This is the answer to all problems and difficulties and challenges and suffering and pain, sickness and death. This is the answer right here, right now, in this experience, this peace the heart of love extends to me and all living creatures. So it is. When I count to 2, you're going to exhale. So just exhaling, blowing away any negativity, any blocks to the awareness of love's presence, as they call. So going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest in this field of pure formless awareness, perfect love. So on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body. Just pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling, your hands touching. There is a feeling of air flowing on your skin, subtle taste in your mouth perhaps. Smell on your nose. Notice that. Notice what you're hearing from the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. State of mind without illusions, state of mind which only the truth is true. So you anchor the state in, just feel your heart beating in the peace of perfect love. Set the intention to stay here for the rest of the session, the rest of the afternoon and evening. On into tomorrow, so it is said, so it is done. Let this powerful feeling, this field of loving awareness direct all your thoughts, your words, your actions, your understanding of the text we're going to study now. And so it is. So on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, observing what's going on in the room around you, noticing the objects in the room. Without judgment, just notice them from this same awareness, although you are perceiving with your physical senses, the same loving awareness is still there. So notice that it's still there. You can close your eyes as you look at something, you can open them, look at another object, open eyes, closed eyes. Notice same loving awareness is there irrespective. And so you teach yourself that this awareness is not just available and accessible in meditation, it's there underlying all your sense perceptions. It's always there. You're always in the field. God is with you wherever you go. Lesson 30, because God is in your mind. This loving awareness is with you wherever you go, because this loving awareness is in your mind. The loving awareness is you. And there is nothing else, really. That's the simple teaching. That's what we're trying to comprehend, understand, accept. Acceptance of that is the end of the journey. That's enlightenment. Meanwhile, while you still seem to be human, your job is to accept that more and more. Allow this field to come into your mind, your heart, to direct your thoughts, words, and actions. In always, always, and in always. And so it is. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. So shall we dive into, I thought, given it's the last one of the text, the last section of the text, maybe we could do that. We're actually two. I think today's the section 1 of the clarification of terms. But
yeah.
Thought maybe we could just read that last section of the text, because we didn't do it last night. I would have liked to have done it.
That was the one, 10 paragraphs, I think you said.
Yeah, let's just check it. 11, yeah. 11 paragraphs. Choose once again.
Yeah.
It's cool. So yeah, for that, Elaine? Go straight into it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not recording. So this one's called Choose Once Again. Section 8 of chapter 31. It's the last section of the text. So this is the end of the text, which is just telling us the same thing, but yeah, I think he says it in quite a profound way. So Choose Once Again is the title, which tells you what it's about. All right, so you want to read again, original and then the alternative, line by line. Paragraph 1.
Temptation has one lesson it would teach in all its forms, wherever it occurs. Temptation has one lesson it would teach in all its forms, wherever it occurs. It would persuade the Holy Son of God, he is a body, born in what must die, unable to escape its frailty, and bound by what it orders him to feel. It wants to persuade the innocent extension of perfect love, I am a body, born in what must die, unable to escape its frailty, and bound by what it orders me to feel. It sets the limits on what he can do Its power is the only strength he has. His grasp cannot exceed its tiny reach. It sets the limits on what I can do. Its power is the only strength I have, and my grasp cannot exceed its tiny reach. Would you be this if Christ appeared to you in all his glory, asking you but this? Would I be this if my true self appeared to be in all its glory, asking me only this? Choose once again.
Pause there, Elaine. Sorry, I'm just changing something.
Yeah.
I cannot my grasp. I cannot. Cannot reach beyond. Maybe instead of I cannot. His grasp cannot exceed its tiny reach. I cannot reach beyond. It's tiny limits. Okay. So would I? Where are we? Number 4. Would I be this?
Yeah, I've just read that one. Yeah. Would I be this if my true self appeared to me in all its glory, asking me only this? Choose once again if you would take your place among the saviors of the world, or would remain in hell and hold your brothers there. And for he has come and he is asking this.
Yes, this. Can I really be this if my true self appears to me in all its magnificence? Asking me only this.
Yeah, choose again. If I would take my place among the saviors of the world, would remain in hell and hold my companions there. For it has come and it is asking this.
Yes, asking me to do only this. Choose once again if I would take my place. I want to take my place among the awakeners of the world. Take my place and would remain in hell. Hold your brothers there. Choose once again if I want to take my place among the awakeners of the world, rather than remain in victimhood and suffering, rather than remain in victimhood and not remain a victim. Suffering along with my companions. Whom I hold there. Suffering along my companions whom I hold, and suffering with me. I keep. Okay. Where is coming? It is asking this. So if you can read that from the top and the alternative, please.
Temptation has one lesson. It tries to teach in all its forms, and whenever it occurs, it wants to persuade the innocent extension of perfect love that it is a body born in what must die, unable to escape its frailty, and bound by what it orders me to feel. It sets the limits on what I can do. Its power is the only strength I seem to have, and I cannot reach beyond its tiny limits. Can I really be this if my true self appears to be to me in all its magnificence, asking me to do only this? Choose once again. I want to take my place among the wakeness of the world rather than remain a victim, suffering along with my companions, whom I keep suffering with me. For it has come, and it is asking this.
So what's he saying in this one?
Well, the temptation comes in all its forms, and it's wanting to persuade us that the innocent extension of perfect love, our bodies born to die, they're born in and then die, and all its frailty, and it sets limits, tiny limits, and so the true self appears in all its magnificence, but it needs to do this before it can reach its magnificence. So the answer is choose once again. Otherwise, we're stuck along with our companions in this suffering. And then it's going to let us know. It's asking us to do the following.
Yeah, just to choose again.
Yeah.
Which is the whole message of the course, but he reiterates that it comes down to choice in the end. You do have a choice as to whether you want to continue in this nightmare of separation and victimhood and suffering and keep everyone else there with you, or you choose to let that go and awaken to who you really are, and ultimately free yourself from this entire egoic nightmare, this world. And so there's one remedy for the ego. It's choice. You can make a different choice, and you can make that choice over and over and over again. It's not a one-time choice. It's a choice you make moment by moment in your life, to let go rather than hold on, to free your mind from all of the suffering of the ego, and do that whenever you're confronted with it. That's the choice we all have. So there's responsibility here, but there's also a great power that you release. Okay, well, I may have misused my power of choice in the past. We all have. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are. You wouldn't be human. But I can choose once again, and I can start using that power correctly and effectively. And that using the power of choice consciously and doing that in a systematic way over time is what will free me. It's taken time to get so lost in my dream world. It's going to take some time to free my mind. So I must just keep choosing correctly. And that's really what the whole course is about. It's helping you to make the right choice consistently in your life, not to choose the ego and to choose the Holy Spirit and its interpretation of all circumstances and events and relationships to experience in this world. All right, so happy with that?
Yeah.
He's saying one final point, the temptation is just the temptation not to choose again. Wants to persuade you that you're a body, you're doomed to suffer and die, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's all temptation, which is anything in the external world, anything you experience, it seems to confirm that reality. Well, I'm powerless, I'm a victim, I'm helpless, I'm suffering, I'm going to die. That's all temptation to try and prevent you from choosing once again and claiming the true power of your mind. All right, so nice opening paragraph. Number 2.
How do you make the choice? How do I make the choice? How easily is this explained? How easily is this explained? You always choose between your weakness and the strength of Christ in you. I always choose between my weakness and the strength of my true self in me. And what you choose is what you think is real. And what I choose is what I think is real. Simply by never using weakness to direct your actions, you have given it no power. Simply by never using weakness to direct my actions, I have given it no power. And the light of Christ in you is given charge of everything you do. And the light of my true self in me is given charge of everything I do. For you have brought your weakness unto him, and he has given you the strength instead. For I have brought my weakness unto it, and it has given me its strength instead.
It's an awareness of my true self in me is in charge of everything I do. The awareness of my true self in me is now in charge of everything I do. Well, I brought my weakness to it, and it has given me its strength. Strength. And we'll just use small. Okay, so read it from the top in the alternative, please.
How do I make the choice? How easily this is explained. I always choose between my weakness and the strength of my true self in me. And what I choose is what I think is real. Simply by never using weakness to direct my actions, I have given it no power. And the awareness of my true self in me is now in charge of everything I do, for I have brought my weakness to it, and it has given me the strength instead.
Give me its strength instead. Well, so what's he saying?
It's down to the choice. So if we choose our weakness, then we're giving that strength. But if we choose our true self, then we're giving it that strength. So simply just never using your weakness to direct your actions gives it no power, and the other way around.
Yeah.
If you use your true self, then you can let that be in charge of everything you do, and your weakness will be brought to it, and strength of the true self will be chosen instead.
And they contradict each other. You can't have weakness and strength, weakness and power at the same time contradict each other. So he's saying, you can't fudge this and say, well, I can choose the ego and still expect to have power. It's one or the other here. So asking us to make a clear-cut choice for the true self and let this true self and this field, we just meditated in that field of loving awareness. The true self is like the placeholder in this world for that awareness. It's what allows you to download it, to kind of conceptualize it, understand it, express it, extend it, make decisions through it. That's what the true self does, which is the Christ. It's how the loving awareness that is, pure formless awareness of perfect love, completely beyond time and space, it can actually help you in your life in this world. So it's like the operating system for that awareness in this world. And that's what your true self or Christ is, which is enormously helpful because you have to be able to still function in this world, but function now from the perspective of that higher awareness. And the true self, which sits in between that, absolutely transcendent awareness, which is shown quite clearly in this diagram. Let me just pull it up quickly. This is the Holy Trinity diagram. So the Christ or the true self, or the Son, or the extension, or the Buddha, or the Atman, whatever you want to call it, sits in between this higher awareness source and your ego, which operates on this lower level in form. And it sits between those, and it becomes the intermediary. It says, well, you don't have to believe in the ego's interpretation. You can let those go, and you can let the true self now, through true perceptions or Christ's vision, or miracles, or corrections, or forgiveness, or letting go, or surrender, or acceptance, whatever you want to call it, the one-man process of awakening to who you really are. All of that, starts the true self activates, and you start perceiving all the places, events, circumstances, situations, all experiences in time and space differently from the perspective now of the true self that becomes the placeholder operating system of this pure formless awareness of perfect love that doesn't know about form. This is totally beyond form, hence formless awareness. The true self is able to reference to this, but still be able to perceive and translate this awareness into perception, which is then helpful, which becomes our guiding perceptions in this world. Does that make sense? It's critical. It's like
it does.
So you see how he structured it, and it's actually the only way. If you really look at what seemingly happened in the dream, we're so far away from pure formless awareness, perfect love in our egos, that you need some kind of bridge. It's like, well, how do you get from totally separated in your little self, thinking you're a body, caught up in this illusory world, back to pure formless awareness of perfect love? It's a massive kind of gap that needs to be covered, and the true self bridges that gap. So hence Christ leads you to God. But most people don't understand what that really means, so they'll misinterpret and think Christ is Jesus. It's one person. Well, if I believe in Jesus, then I'll be led back to the Father who's somewhere removed from me up in heaven. When actually the Christ is your own true self, which is just a placeholder for this awareness that will now operate through that true self while you're here, correct all of your perceptions, and lead you gently back into the state of this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is then uniting with the Father or Source of God. And once you understand this, it's so simple. You're like, well, there's no need to get confused or misinterpret, because it's actually it's a very simple psychological system that he's proposing. And it's a way out of the dream. But most people don't understand the Holy Trinity at all. They don't get it. Even Christian theologians, I've read some theologians' takes on it, and they're way off. They don't get it, because what they're trying to do is make it into something real, and then try and justify why now God isn't singular, God is plural. God now has these different aspects, rather than understanding that it's just a mechanism in a dream world. This is a mechanism for getting you home, and it's not ultimate reality. It's not ultimately in heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's not ultimately true. But while you're here, it's a temporary expedient that's very useful to help you to make the journey back to that state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, where it's not needed. Okay, so that's all clear, all good. So yeah, you've shared on number 2, yeah? You gave your summary.
Yeah.
Anything else there?
No, that's good.
Yeah. So he's actually saying it's quite straightforward. It's, just go to your true self, let that choose for you. The only difficulty you experience is in letting go of the old self, the ego that wants to make those choices for us. So there's a conflict within that we struggle within, that we have to overcome the ego and its resistance, and start consistently making the choice for this higher awareness, our true self, to start making our choices and living our life for us. And that's what it means that Christ comes into your life. Give your life to Christ. That's what it means. It's not, Jesus has saved me. He's died for my sins on the cross, and now I'm saved and I'll go to heaven. That's trivial by comparison. It's just not on the same level. It's like, no, this becomes me. This is my own true self. It's now the operating system for my life that's thinking for me, speaking for me, acting for me, making my decisions. That's what it means to give your life to Christ, to be reborn into Christ, reborn into this true self. All right, so let's move on to number 3 then. If you can read that again in the original and alternative.
Trials are but lessons that you failed to learn, presented once again. So you were made a faulty choice before you now can make a better one, and thus escape all pain that you chose before has brought to you. Trials are only lessons that I have failed to learn, presented once again. So where I made a faulty choice before, I can now make a better one, and thus escape all pain that what I chose before has brought to me.
Let's just change that. So I can now make a better choice.
Yeah, rather it's a bit long and convoluted.
Just reorder the sentence, makes it a bit clearer. So I can now make a better choice where I made a faulty choice before. And therefore escape all pain for what I chose before has brought to me. So, these trials, if you get these trials over and over, we do seem to get these repeating patterns in our lives, don't we?
Yeah.
Trials. It's a lesson I failed to learn. I haven't learned it yet, so it comes again and again and again until we learn it. So people go like, your friend saying, well, I want to run away and go somewhere else.
Sally, yeah.
Like, well,
Yeah.
you can't really run away from your lessons. You know, they will present themselves wherever you are. You're still
Yeah.
in the matrix. You know, wherever
Yeah.
you just relocated to another location that you think is going to be better, but you'll still get, you know, your lessons will continue. If you haven't learned this lesson, because it's a very powerful life lesson for it to learn. If you haven't learned that, then you'll have another chance to learn it in another location. Wherever you are, you're presented with the chance to learn it again. And if you continuously resist learning, then you'll have to die in this life, and then you'll reincarnate. You'll come back because you've still got to learn that lesson.
Yeah.
And you'll come back into another body, another time, another place, and same lesson will present itself.
She's just so desperate to get away. She's actually
Yeah.
going to move to Jersey, and she's asked a friend if she can rent a room in the house. But it's a family. It's a man and wife with 2 children. I don't know how she's going, a 66-year-old's going to fit in there. So anyway, the husband has said no. So she's a bit upset about all of that. She's so desperate that she's actually going to be going from the frying pan into the fire.
Because she thinks it's going to be better there. The grass is always greener. I mean, maybe you should say it. I mean, we all know that saying. Say, look, Sally, have you heard the saying, the grass is greener on the other side? I mean, that's, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason, because it's actually true.
Yeah, yeah.
We always see, oh, the grass is greener on the other side. And really, it's just because we don't want to learn our lessons where we are. Maybe you can, have a con and say, look, yeah, there's a lesson here for you to learn. And wherever you go, you're going to have to learn it. Like relocating to another country, another island, it's not really going to make any difference.
No.
You might find it worse. You might find the lesson it'll get amped up.
Well, she's going to end up having no money, because she'll obviously sell this. And of course,
Yes,
Jersey's so expensive.
yeah. And then it's even worse. And then your ego really juices that, and then it says, well, just kill yourself, because like, what's the point anymore? If you haven't learned your lesson, that's not really a way out, is it? So this is what happens with people. They'll commit suicide, or they'll do it by getting a disease. It's like, it's the same thing, really. Whether you jump off a building, or you shoot yourself, or poison yourself, or you get a dread disease, it's the same thing. You're just committing suicide. Because you think somehow the mind says, well, I can't handle this anymore. It's too awful. So I'll just check out. I'll leave. But if you haven't learned the lesson, then that karma remains in your mind, and she will have to play that out in another lifetime and come back and do it again. And it won't get easier the next time. It might get harder. So you kind of have to say, well, yes, there's some shit to go through. If I'm going to awaken, I'll do it now. I'll face it now. I'm not going to run away from it anymore. You can't run away from it. I'll face it with the knowledge that I have the power of spirit with me. Christ is with me, this true self, this enormous field of loving awareness we call God is with me. It's there. It's supporting me. It's trying to guide me back into its loving arms, its loving awareness. And I'm willing. Okay, I'll go through it. I'll face my stuff, and I'm willing to face it. And it's not pleasant. No one wants to face it, but I'm willing to do it and to work through it, to let it go, so that I can be free of it once and for all, and not just try and rearrange the furniture on the Titanic. It's a sinking ship. The ego's ship is sinking, and I think she's become aware of that. It's like, right, well, your whole life is a sinking ship. You're 66. It's going one way now. It's going towards old age, decay, and death. And
I
that's
think she's
probably
aware of that. Yeah.
she's become aware of that. And it's like, well, she doesn't really know what to do, because she was under the illusion that somehow it will all carry on forever, even though it's evident that it's not going to carry on forever, because we see people dying all the time. But somehow, we delude ourselves until you have some kind of illness like she did, which then makes her own weakness and frailty and vulnerability and mortality very apparent to her. And then her ego can't handle that. So it goes, well, we'll just leave, go somewhere else, go, relocate, and that's going to sort it out. but it's not, because you're still dealing with that, the same fundamental issue of the ego and suffering and sickness and aging and death. Those are everywhere. Those are in Jersey, those are in Dorset. Wherever you go, you can't escape those in this world.
No. I'm trying to approach it from the Holy Spirit, but I'm still feeling as though I've got to just let her be. She needs to learn a lesson, because if I start preaching or doing any sort of, I don't feel as though it's quite right, because she's just not into this sort of teaching at all.
Well, the grass is common sense, just say, because there's a common sense that underlies this. It's like, okay, you don't have to know about the illusion, but the common sense is expressed in sayings like the grass is always greener on the other side. I mean, that's a very common phrase. You would have heard of it. It's like,
oh yes,
okay, why is that in the English language? Because that is what human beings do. We go, oh, it's going to be better when I go there. The grass is always greener on the other side, and then I get there, and that's not the case. I'm disappointed. The grass isn't actually greener, or the grass might be greener, but then the weather's terrible. So
I think it's just she was born and bred there. She's been born and bred there, and it's a tiny little island, and she's got very homesick. It's been now nearly 4 years she's lived here, and she's getting very, very homesick. Missing the culture, and obviously the different language as well. She can't speak Spanish. So that's the problem. So
and then she's seeking some comfort, and well, that's what I know, it's what I'm familiar with, it's my home environment. If I go back there, then it'll be better. And not necessarily at all be better. Well, she might go back and go, oh, this isn't what I remember, because she's different.
Well,
I had a friend once who had a like really amazing experience for a couple of years in Croatia. And then she kept wanting to go back there, and I said to her, but Rana, it's not there. There was a time in your life, and if you go back, you'll be disappointed, because
that's true. I've done that.
Yes. And she did go back, and it wasn't the same, because
I've done that.
It was 10 years, and it was a time in her life, and she'd moved on. It was like, well, you're not going to recapture that magic.
No,
because I said to her, it's within you. Wherever you are, it's within you. It's not in a place.
It's true.
In that time, the place just was a catalyst for her kind of experiencing something more profound. And so it was helpful. But thinking it's in the place is deluded. It's not in the place. It's in you.
We've all experienced that. I remember I went to a beautiful place in France called Honfleur. It was beautiful. I was in my mid-20s, and then maybe 15 years later, I went back, and it was not the same at all. So that quickly put me back, I was quite deluded. But I had this romantic notion, and wonderful, it'll be the same as then. And then went back, it was just the absolute opposite. So,
because it's how you perceive it, isn't it? It's reality isn't outside of you. It's the state of mind you're in. It's what you interpret it to be. Sometimes we enter these states where we just go into an expanded state for a bit, and it feels wonderful, and it happens to be in a place. Maybe the place was a catalyst for it. Who knows? It's just a time of your life, and you enter that expanded state, and then you go, the human mind, the ego says, oh, well, it's there. You'll find it there. Because again, it's always looking outside of you, isn't it? It's saying the answer's in the place.
The
answer's in, something outside of you. Not because as soon as you go, well, it's actually within me, and it's not related to the place at all. That state is available to me always. Then the ego's in real trouble, isn't it? It's like, well, whoa, now you're starting to wake up to the truth that that state of mind is always available, is in fact your true nature, and you can actually accept it moment by moment, in the now, wherever you are. You can be in that state. You don't have to be in a particular place or time or doing anything particular. It's always available to you because it's in your own mind. As you say,
makes sense.
Self
it does make
me.
sense.
The strength of my true self in me. It's within you.
wherever you go, it's with you.
Oh yeah, no,
But the
that makes
ego tries to
complete
keep you
sense. But yeah,
as
no, the
far
ego is
away from that as possible, because if you realize that is the end of the ego. It's gone. You go, okay, well, why am I messing around in this ridiculously limited, insane thought system when I have this powerful self and loving awareness that it represents in me always, and I can always be in that. Why am I messing around in this ridiculously limited belief system?
Does makes complete
So you
sense.
see how it works. It's very cunning. It's always trying to.
Oh
No,
yes,
it's not.
we've done it
Somewhere
ourselves.
else,
Done
outside.
it time and
We've all
time.
done
Yeah.
it. We've all done it. But the beauty of these principles that we're studying, this course, is like, okay, he's telling us to wise up. He's saying, but this is what it does. This is how it works. And finally, you've got an absolute spiritual master who's understood all this, who's teaching us and saying, look, just you got to get wise to the ego if you're going to overcome it. You know, if you have no idea how it works, what it is, what its intentions are, you've got no chance. It's just going to run your mind and your life, and you're going to have no awareness that it's even doing it. You'll think that it's you. And these trials that you experience are lessons that you failed to learn, just presented once again, so that you can learn what you failed to learn before. In which case, the trial is actually not a trial; it's a blessing. It's an opportunity to let go of another block to the awareness of love's presence, in order to free your mind, which is your only purpose here. Okay, so all good. So
Yes.
let's move on to number 2. I think you want in every difficulty.
Right, so, yeah, just a second. It's just my cat's just had a little problem. 2 seconds there, just a little problem with my cat.
All right.
Yeah, just be 2 seconds there. It's just he's been a bit sick. Just a second. Right.
Well, I've got a minute to go get some tea.
Yeah, go on then, yeah, and then I can clean this up properly.
All right.
No, Patty, no, Patty, no.
Maybe you just want to mute yourself.
Okay, you're back, Elaine. We start again.
Yep,
Okay.
sorted. Right, where were we? Number 2. In every difficulty, all distress, and each perplexity, Christ calls to you and gently says, "My brother, choose again." In every difficulty, all distress, and each perplexity, my true self calls to me, and gently says, "My companion, choose again."
And let's say my true self. At the beginning, my true self calls to me. In every difficulty, all distress, and each perplexity, and gently says, "My companion, my brother, choose again." Okay.
Yeah. And he would remove all misery from you, whom God created, alter unto joy. It would
I think
remove all.
step number 3, he would not leave one source of pain
Oh,
unhealed.
he would not leave one source of pain unhealed, nor any image left to veil the truth. It would remove all misery from me, from pure formless awareness of perfect love, created foundation unto joy. And 5, can't quite see the original.
Yeah, so created as foundation of joy. So altar is foundation, altar unto joy, foundation of joy. Yet once you remove all misery from me, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love created as the foundation of joy, or creates, shall we say, creates as the foundation of joy. So if we're in this field of loving awareness, we are the foundation of joy itself. And then we feel that joy, and we feel naturally that we want to extend it into the world and help other people to experience this joy as well.
Yeah.
It would not leave me comfortless. It does not want to leave me comfortless.
Am I reading number 5 now? It does
Yeah.
not want to leave me comfortless, alone in dreams of hell, but would release my mind from everything that hides its face from me.
Alone in dreams of victimhood and suffering. Would release my mind from everything that hides its face from me. Wants to release my mind from everything that hides its face, being identity, hides its identity from me. Yeah, number 6.
His holiness is yours because he is the only power that is real in you. Its innocence is mine because it is the only power that is real in me. His strength is yours because he is the self that God created as his only Son. Its strength is mine because it is the self that pure formless awareness of perfect love created as its only extension.
Strength is mine because it is the self that pure formless awareness of perfect stands as its only extension. All right, so this, to go back to our diagram, might be useful. This pure formless awareness of perfect love, God, extends into this true self and allows us to both know this awareness, to be in this awareness, but also to be able to function in the world. So it allows us to perceive correctly, correct our perceptions or let go, surrender, and is able to interpret this world for us from the perspective of pure formless awareness of perfect love that is formless and knows no form. So it's quite a feat, really. You're taking the formless and applying it to form through the true self and the Holy Spirit, which is the ability to translate this awareness into perception, to a changed perception. And that's the Holy Trinity. That's the operating system for your life that will get you home, back into the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's an operating system that he's giving us as an alternative to the ego's operating system, and saying this one will serve you a whole lot better. It's going to take you ultimately out of this dream of victimhood and suffering, which you've got yourself enslaved into. Okay, so read it. You can read number 3 from the top.
Trials are only lessons that I failed to learn presented to me once again, so I can now make a better choice where I made a faulty choice before and therefore escape all pain that I would choose before has brought to me.
And what I chose before brought to me.
What I chose before has brought me. My true self calls to me in every difficulty, all distress and each perplexity, and gently says, my companion, choose again. It would not leave one source of pain unhealed, nor any image left to veil the truth. It wants to remove all misery from me, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love creates as the foundation of joy. It does not want to leave me comfortless, alone in dreams of victimhood and suffering, but wants to release my mind from everything that hides its identity from me. Its innocence is mine because it is the only power that is real in me. Its strength is mine because it is the self that pure formless awareness of perfect love extends as its only extension.
Yeah, so what's he saying? Summary on that one.
All the trials that we're given in life are just lessons that we failed to learn over and over again. So once we make a better choice, then we can escape all this pain and nonsense. So our true self calls to all these difficulties, and also our companions can choose again.
Hmm.
So it doesn't want to leave our pain unhealed.
Hmm.
So we need to choose.
Yeah, you've got such a beneficent force. I mean, this really doesn't want you to suffer. It wants only joy for you, transcendent peace, love, joy, eternal life, freedom from all victimhood and suffering. It only wants the best for you. Why wouldn't you listen to that? Why would you resist, such a beneficent force in your life? And yet we do. Strange, isn't it? It's like this only wants the best for you, and yet you resist it and you think you know better. And that's the ego, thinking that no, I prefer pain. I prefer suffering. My special identity is more valuable to me, despite the evident costs of it. The pain, the suffering, the victimhood, the aging, the sickness, the death. I mean, these are all, terrible things that happen because of my choice to be a separate self. I still cling to it. I still think it offers me something. When the true self awaits simply for our invitation to say, okay, I'm ready to accept now. That your way is the only way. There's no other way. It's only this way and only this way, and I'm willing to, surrender to that, accept it, not resist it, not fight it, not think I'll find another way, because there is no other way. That's why Yeshua said the only way to the Father is through me. I am the way, the truth, and the life. The only way to the Father is through me. What he meant was not him as a person, worship me and say I've died for your sins and all of that nonsense. He said, I, being the great I am, the presence that we call the Christ or the true self, that's the only way. I just represent that. Right. Okay. I think my windows have just been cleaned. Hang on.
Oh,
Hi there. You want me to close the window? No, I wouldn't. But I'm not the owner, so I don't know. No. Shall I close this? Yeah. Okay. So my my windows have just been cleaned, which is symbolic, isn't it?
yeah.
Have you seen The Matrix?
Yes, yes.
Remember that scene where Neo's he's being told off by his boss
Oh, yes.
because he's been late, came into work late, and the window cleaners are cleaning the windows as he's being told off, and that's symbolic of cleaning the windows, cleaning the windows of perception. Those guys were actually the Wachowski brothers. If you want to know, they were actually the directors doing a little cameo in their own movie. So
Right,
interesting.
right.
But yeah, cleaning our perception and saying, oh, yeah, I'm open to this. This true self. This is the only way to go. This understands. This makes sense. This is wise. This is truly intelligent. This can help me to free my mind from all of the difficulties and the problems and the vexatious issues, all distress, perplexity, every difficulty or pain. This can heal it. So why would you resist such a powerful force? And this is what the pure formless awareness of the perfect love itself, this awareness that is the source of the field we're talking about, it comes into our awareness through this true self. Like when we are aware of this awareness and we can apply it to our words, our thoughts, our actions, our decisions, then that is the true self. And that's now able to extend into this world and do its thing, bless and heal. us and others. So its strength is mine because it is the self that was given to me by this by the source. Right? It becomes the placeholder. The true self becomes the placeholder for this loving awareness in my mind, and I can now download it. I can process it. I can now have a thought system within this true self that makes sense, that is right-minded, that helps me to perceive correctly and make right-minded decisions in this world. And that's what the true self allows us to do. So it's like a step down from that absolutely infinitely powerful transcendent awareness, like a very high voltage frequency. And the Christ, or the true self, is the step down transformer that allows you to now operate, to take that voltage and actually operate it in this world. In the same way as you take, a high frequency current, the voltage is thousands of volts when it's produced by a power station, and then it has to be stepped down through a transformer to be useful, to be able to, go and work in your appliances and power your house and turn on your lights. It has to be stepped down. It's the same idea. Or it has to be stepped down into the true self, which can then take that energy and apply it in a way that is helpful and practical in our world. Okay. Anything else? Have you summarized number 3?
Yeah. Yeah.
Happy with that one?
Yes.
Okay. So number 4.
The images you make cannot prevail against what God himself would have you be. The images I make cannot prevail against what pure formless awareness of perfect love itself would have me be. Be never fearful of temptation. Never be fearful of temptation. It says plation. Templation.
No, that's a T.
Oh,
temptation.
Yeah, temptation. Sorry, yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Then, but see it as it is, another chance to choose again, and let Christ's strength prevail in every circumstances and every place you raised an image of yourself before. So I will never be fearful of temptation, but perceive it as it is, another chance to choose again, and let my true self-strength prevail in every circumstances and every place I raised an image of myself before. For what appears to hide the face of Christ is powerless before his majesty and disappears before his holy sight. What appears to hide the face of my true self is powerless before its majesty and disappears
before is the identity.
Hide the identity of my true self is powerless before its majesty and disappears before its innocent sight. The saviors of the world who see like him are merely those who choose his strength instead of their own weakness, seen apart from him. The weakness of the world who see like it are merely those who choose its strength instead of their own weakness, seen apart from it. They will redeem the world, for they are joined in all the power of the will of God. They will redeem the world, for they are joined in all the power of the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love. And what they will is only what he wills. And what they will is only what it wills.
Yeah. They will redeem the world. They will awaken the world. They will free the world, maybe. They will free the world. They're joined in all the power of the will, pure formless awareness of perfect love, all the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So will is awareness, and what they will is only what it wills. They will only what it wills. What they are aware of is only what it is aware of. We'll leave it as a will, I think. It's very difficult to translate that. What they will is only what it wills. Okay, so read that from the top in the alternative.
The images I make cannot prevail against what pure formless awareness of perfect love itself wants me to be. So I will never be fearful of temptation, but perceive it as it is, another chance to choose again, and let my true self-strength prevail in every circumstances and every place I valued an image of myself before. For what appears to hide the identity of my true self is powerless before its magnificence and disappears before its innocent perception. The awakeners of the world who perceive like it are merely those who choose its strength instead of their own weakness, perceived apart from it. They will free the world, for they are joined in all the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and what they will is only what it wills.
Okay, so thoughts on that one?
Well, all our false images that we've made can't prevail against pure formless awareness of perfect love, because they're not true. So we don't need to go into this fearful temptation when there's another chance to choose again. The true self-strength will prevail every circumstances with any image that we have valued. And the true self is powerless before its magnificence and disappears before its innocent perception. And the awakeners of the world are our strength. They will free the world as they will be joined in this perfect love.
These are the people who surrender to the true self. So as I said, when we say you give your life to Christ, it doesn't mean that you think he died for your sins on the cross. That's a complete misinterpretation. It's saying I give I let go of my own self-concept, right? The image of myself that I valued before, I let go of that, and I allow the true self to now take charge. And this directs my thoughts, my words, my actions. What they will is only what it wills. And so now via the true self and the Holy Spirit, which is the transformation of our perception, coming from the true self, we awaken to pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what it wants. Its intention is for us to know it as ourselves. The Father and the Son become one in traditional Christian language. The Father and the Son becoming one means I have merged myself with this pure formless awareness of perfect love, and I'm completely identified with that. So I am it, and it is me. I am that I am. And there's no separation. I am me, that I am. The I am presence, and they're the same. I am that I am. It's expressed in that original name of God that was given to Moses way back when, 1,000 years before Christ. Okay, so any other thoughts on number 4?
No, that's clear. That's clear.
All right, number 5 then.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Learn then the happy habit of response to all temptation to perceive yourself as weak and miserable with these words. I am as God created me. His son can suffer nothing, and I am his son. Thus, where am I? Shall I just finish it off there? Or,
Just go line by line.
oh, right.
Just
I
pause.
learn.
We need to just edit. We need to just edit this top one.
Yeah,
I
I
must
must
learn then.
the happy habit of response to all temptation to perceive myself as weak and miserable with these words. I am pure formless awareness of perfect love created me. Its extension can suffer nothing, and I am its extension. I'll go back to the original. Thus is Christ's strength invited to prevail, replacing all your weakness with the strength that comes from God and that can never fail. Therefore, I must learn the happy habit of response to all temptation to perceive myself as weak and miserable with these words. I am as God created me. Oh no, just a minute, where am I? Where am
I
I?
am as pure forms awareness of perfect love extends me.
Its extension cannot suffer at all, and I am its extension.
Claiming your true identity.
Thus is Christ's strength invited to prevail, replacing all your weaknesses with the strength that comes from God and that can never fail. And so is my true self-strength invited to prevail, replacing all my weakness with the strength that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love and that can never fail. And thus are corrections as natural as fear and agony appeared to be before the choice for innocence was made. For in that choice are false distinctions gone, illusory alternatives laid by, and nothing left to interfere with truth.
So our corrections as natural as fear and agony appeared to be before the choice for innocence was made. As natural as fear and agony appeared to be before I made the choice for innocence. When that choice, and in this choice, false distinctions are gone. Or false distinctions are gone in this choice. Illusory alternatives let go of, and nothing left to interfere with truth. And so read that from the top in the alternative.
Therefore, I must learn the happy habit of response to all temptation to perceive myself as weak and miserable with these words. I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me. Its extension cannot suffer at all, and I am its extension. So is my true self-strength invited to prevail, replacing all my weakness with the strength that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that can never fail. And so are corrections as natural as fear and agony appeared to be before I made the choice for innocence. For false distinctions are gone in this choice, illusory alternatives let go of, and nothing left to interfere with truth.
So what's he saying in this one?
Well, we have to learn now the happy habit of the response to temptation and perceiving ourselves as weak and miserable. And there's words to go through to correct our miserable temptation and weakness. As in, we have to affirm to ourselves, we are pure formless awareness of perfect love. Its extension cannot suffer at all. And I am its extension. So we have to affirm this to get to know our true self.
So I am the extension of this loving awareness. You know, the field we talked about, heart is beating in the peace of perfect love. I am that extension. When I connect with it, and I feel that power in me, I'm saying in that moment when I experience it that I am connected. I am its extension, because I'm allowing that experience to come in. I'm not blocking it out anymore. So it starts with a conceptual, yes, I want this, and then you open up to the full experience of this awareness, which is so powerful, and it's mind-blowing. It's just beyond words. But it starts with a decision. Saying, well, you might not have that experience fully now, but it starts with the understanding that this is what you want. You're saying, yes, I choose this, I want this, and this alone. To be the extension of perfect love, to be guided by this tremendously powerful awareness, what we call pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the Christ, or the true self, that is able to interpret that and guide me in my thoughts, words, and actions in quite a miraculous way. It is, in fact, a miracle that pure formless awareness of perfect love can be experienced here in form. That we can actually tap into that and allow it to come in and transform our experience of this life is miraculous. That is the miracle when we start in the dream world to listen to the truth. That is the miracle taking place. A miracle of our awakening, of our one-ment, process of one-ment with the source. I'm saying, this is all you have to do. Just surrender to it. Claim it. I am that I am. I am as pure formless awareness, perfect love extends me. In short, I am that I am. If you wanted to summarize that, you could say, I am that I am. You're claiming your true identity, which is why, when Moses asked this presence, it gave him that answer. I am that I am. Saying, you are that. You are that which I am. We are one. So this, presence is not something outside of you. It's within you. But sadly, mostly people overlook that. Certainly the, formal Jewish, as the Jewish religion developed, not many people understood that. The priests and the rabbis and the Sanhedrin were like, no, I've got the Torah and we've got the rules, and God is seen as some kind of Father in heaven who's judging us, who's going to condemn us if we're sinful, going to reward us if we're good. it's very far removed from I am that I am. And then when Yeshua came along and said, you know, I am that I am the Christ, I am the Son of God, I am this extension of love that you want to call the Son of God, they said he's a blasphemer and they killed him. When someone actually claims his power, you know, it's not welcomed by the ego at all. All right. Any other thoughts on number 5?
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Moving on to number 6.
You are as God created you, and so is every living thing you look upon, regardless of the image you see. I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love created me, and so is every living thing I look upon, regardless of the image I see.
So we'll make that extends. Perfect love extends me. And so is every living thing I perceive, sort of look upon. Or maybe just I see, because when we're talking about visual sense, I see, regardless of the images I see. Actually, perceive might be better there. Perceive, regardless of the images I see. So the images, remember, are false. They are set up by the ego. They're designed to confuse you and trick you into believing that it's all real. And the Christ, the true self, is not. God is not. Okay, carry on.
What you behold as sickness and as pain, as weakness and as suffering and loss, is but temptation to perceive yourself defenseless and in hell. What I perceive as sickness, pain, weakness, and as suffering and loss is but temptation to perceive myself defenseless and in hell. Yield not to this, and you will see all pain in every form, wherever it occurs, but disappear as mists before the sun. Yield not to this, and I will see all pain in every form, wherever it occurs, but disappear as mists before the sun.
Just pause there, Lam. Just got to catch up with you. So I will not yield. I will not. I will not yield to this. I will perceive all pain in every form, wherever it occurs. Just disappear as mist does for the sun. Nice image, nice analogy. Sun just burns it away.
Yeah.
What seemed to be quite solid just disappears and is gone. In the same way, all of our illusions of pain in every form, wherever it occurs, can just disappear because they're not true. All right, number 4, a miracle has come.
A miracle has come to heal God's Son and close the door upon the dreams of weakness, opening the way to his salvation and release. A correction has come to heal pure formless awareness. Just a second. A correction has come to heal pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension, and close the door upon its dreams of weakness, opening the way to its awakening and release. Choose once again what you would have him be, remembering that every choice you make establishes your own identity as you will see it and believe it is. I choose once again what I want to be it to be, remembering that every choice I make establishes my own identity as I will see it and believe it is.
Okay, read it from the top in the alternative.
I am as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me, and so every living thing I perceive, regardless of the image I see, what I perceive as sickness, pain, weakness, suffering, and loss is only the temptation to perceive myself as defenseless and in victimhood. I will not yield to this, and I will perceive all pain in every form, wherever it occurs, just disappear as mist does before the sun. The correction has come to heal perfect love's extension and close the door upon the dreams of weakness, open the way to its awakening and release. I choose once again what I want it to be, remembering that every choice I make establishes my own identity as I will perceive it and believe it is.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one?
I'm perfect. We are perfect formless awareness of perfect love. And so the sooner we see that, all living things that we see, regardless of the images of sickness and pain and weakness and loss, and all of this is just a temptation to see our victimhood. And if we yield to this, we will perceive all pain in every form. If we don't yield to this, then it will be able to disappear as mist does before the sun. So it's a correction has come to heal the perfect love's extension and close the door to all of dream's weaknesses and open up to awakening and release. So we've got a choice every moment to establish our true identity and believe it and know it.
Yeah. And that comes down to, choices on a very kind of unglamorous level. Okay, so you've got a situation, in your instance with a friend, with Dave's car. Well, what do you choose?
Yeah.
How do you choose to perceive it? That's what it comes down to.
That's true, yes. Yes.
You choose to get upset, you choose to allow it to push your buttons, take you into a negative emotional state, then you're choosing the ego and you're denying the spirit. And if you choose to let it go and find peace anyway, then you're choosing God, spirit, love, eternal life in that moment. And so, it's not highfalutin, esoteric. It's like it's happening moment by moment in your daily life as you make these very, seemingly mundane choices. But it's not mundane, because those choices that will free you or enslave you, depending on what you choose. Okay, so what else is he saying in number 6?
I've just gone through it. Yeah, just
anything else strike you?
Well, just not to give way to the temptation of perceiving things by the separate self, the way they see everything is loss and suffering, and seeing, like my friend there is, getting to a bit of a hopeless case. So I've got to see her as my extension, and she is also part of this. So I need to shine that light on her without.
You see what the ego does to people's minds, and how it can affect people in a short space of time. You've seen it demonstrate in her. In a few months, she's gone from quite seemingly happy-go-lucky and to like deep depressed, and
really bizarre.
so her thought system wasn't robust enough. Her house was built on the house of sand, not the rock. No deeper faith. So then, when, as Yeshua says, when adversity comes, when the winds come and the rain comes and the wind blows and the storm comes, that's just a symbol for the adversities of life, which inevitably come from time to time. You don't have a solid foundation, and so the house then is blown down, and then she's in deep depression because she doesn't have a spiritual foundation. Whereas with spirit, you go, okay, well, it's just a lesson. I don't have to dwell on this. I can let this go. I can free my mind from these dark thoughts and emotions, and surrender to the spirit that is beyond that frees me from all this. And then if you stay in that awareness, healing happens because the spirit is naturally healing.
Yeah.
And you stop looking elsewhere and saying, well, I have to move now, because it's like, no, well, I'm okay. I'm actually fine as I am in my house. It was difficult, but I let it go, and I'm at peace now. And I've overcome the difficulty and the trial, and found an inner peace. And so it doesn't really matter where I am. So then you stop looking outside of yourself for some kind of solution to your suffering, because you've resolved it at its course in your own mind, and let it go. So that would be then making the choice for the true self rather than the ego. All right, so
is it possible I can have 5 minutes, because the dogs and everybody's pestering me for food? So if I'll just be about 5 minutes there, I better get all the animals sorted, because they're bouncing over me because they know that it's time. So I'll just be 5 minutes there, if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Elaine, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
Okay, all done?
Yep. They're all fed, all sorted. Yep.
Okay, let's try and finish it.
Yeah.
All right. So, share my screen again. Where are we? It seems to have stopped for some reason. I'm not sure why. Start it again. Yeah. Okay. So, let's go again. So, where are we? Number 7.
Yep. Yes. Right. Yeah. Deny me not little gift I ask. When exchange I lay before your feet the peace of God and power to bring this peace to everyone who wanders in the world uncertain lonely, and in constant fear. So,
Okay. We're gonna not deny Yeshua.
Along with the form and so
Sorry.
forth.
so all of a sudden, yeah, I do apologise. It's an important call from his son come through. It's to do with his license, his driving license. Yeah, right.
Well, there's no rush for me
Oh.
to say it. It's just
Sorry about this.
if you've actually managed to.
Okay. Maybe you can move, Elaine. Oh my way, you'll be quiet.
It'd be
Or...
better if he moved because of the actual internet. I'm going to see if he'll move outside, because if I do, I can lose my Wi-Fi. He's going
okay.
outside there, so
Is
that's
it?
good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, because he can manage to do that.
Not
Right.
deny.
So
Not
where were
deny
we?
Yeshua, the little gift.
I will not
Who's-
deny Yeshua the little gift I ask, when in exchange I lay before your feet the peace of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and power to bring this peace to everyone who wanders in the world uncertain, lonely, and in constant fear. For it is
Okay.
given you to join.
Let's just finish this
Mhm.
translation for you. He gives
Yeah.
me, so I'll not deny Yeshua, the little gift I ask, when in exchange probably use a comma there. He gives me the peace of perfect love. And the power to bring this peace to everyone who wanders in the world uncertain, uncertainly lonely, and in constant fear. Okay, number 2, for is given you to join.
For it is given to you to join with him, and through the Christ in you unveil his eyes, and let him look upon the Christ in him.
Right. Well, Elaine's on that some course or something.
For I am
Okay.
called to join with my companion, and through the remembrance of perfect love in me unveil its eyes, and let it look upon the remembrance of perfect love in it.
The remembrance of perfect love in me. Christ in you, and unveil his eyes, unveil its eyes, and let it look upon the Christ in him. To know what St. remembers, look upon it is given you to join with him, your brother. Okay, so for it is I'm called to join with my companion through the remembrance of perfect love in me, through the through my true self. Unveil his eyes. So unveil their eyes. Join with my companions, through my true self, unveil their eyes. And then let them look upon the Christ, the true self. Unveil their eyes and let them look upon, perceive, let them become aware. It's not really look, is it? Veil their eyes and let them become aware of the true self in them. Okay, you want to read that from the top?
Very sorry about this. It's got, yeah, it's just a day's driving license. Sorry.
Yes, I can remember
Is it possible for you to read from the
notes
top? I've
and
got just it. They're needing me to find some information. Do apologize.
Okay. I will not deny Yeshua the little gift I ask when in exchange he gives me the peace of perfect love and the power to bring this peace to everyone who wanders in the world uncertainly, lonely, and in constant fear. For I'm called to join with my companions and through my true self unveil their eyes and let them become aware of the true self in them. So what's he saying here is he's saying that Yeshua gives us the gift of peace and power to bring this peace to everyone. And my job is to join with my companions and through my true self, help to awaken them to their true self by example, because they see my example that can awaken them to their own true nature. And this is our only real function in this world, is to awaken ourselves and to help others awaken. Okay, so I'm going to move on alone to number 8. So my brothers in salvation, he's addressing us again. My companions in awakening, do not fail to hear my voice and listen to my words. So I, as Yeshua's companion in awakening, will not fail to hear his voice and listen to his words. He's for nothing but my own release. There's no place for hell within a world whose loveliness can yet be so intense and so inclusive. It is but a step from there to heaven. There's no place for victimhood. And suffering in a world whose loveliness can still be so intense and so inclusive. And that is only a step from there to the state of pure formless awareness. So, and this is the vision of Christ. He's talking about vision in which we see the loveliness of heaven reflected in the world. And it's just a short step. God takes the final step from there to heaven, or the state of pure formless awareness. So, to your tired eyes, I bring a vision of a different world, so new and clean and fresh, you'll forget the pain and sorrow that you saw before. Your tired eyes and bring a vision of a different world, so new and clean and fresh. To my tired eyes, and she brings up a vision of a different world, so new and clean and fresh. And she brings a vision of a different world, to my tired eyes. A world so new, clean and fresh that I will forget the pain and sorrow that I saw before, that I perceived before. Yet this is a vision which I must share with everyone. I see, for otherwise I will not otherwise I will not see it myself. Give this gift is how to make it yours. Give this gift is how to make it mine. And God ordained in loving kindness that it be for you, and pure formless awareness of perfect love ordained in loving kindness that it be for me. And in loving kindness, pure formless awareness of perfect love is it to me. Okay, since we read that from the top, I, as Yeshua's companion in awakening, will not fail to hear his voice and listen to his words. He asks for nothing but my own release. There is no place for victimhood and suffering in a world whose loveliness can still be so intense and so inclusive. It is only a step from there to the state of pure formless awareness. Yeshua brings a vision of a different world to my tired eyes, a world so new, clean, and fresh that I will forget the pain and sorrow that I perceived before. Yet this is a vision which I must share with everyone I see, for otherwise I will not see it myself. to give this gift is how to make it mine. And in loving kindness, pure formless awareness of perfect love gives it to me. So what's he saying here is that Yeshua gives this truth, gives state of pure formless awareness to us, really just wants to release us from our victimhood and suffering, which is hell. And yet this can be so intense and so inclusive. It's only a step from there to the state of pure formless awareness itself. And he brings us this clean, clear vision, so that I will forget the pain and sorrow that I perceived before. And then finally, I must share this with others. To give this gift is how to make it mine. And so in loving kindness, so in my loving, so through, that's a nice translation. So through my loving kindness, pure formless awareness of perfect love gives it to me. All right. Elaine, are you back?
I am in a way, but unfortunately we're right in the middle of it. So got to ring the DVL. He's only got in a matter of days, he's going to lose his license. So he's in a bit of a...
Can't you deal with it tomorrow?
He's got only
So-
literally just 2 days. So he's literally, I've managed to get the phone number for him. So yeah, unfortunately we're caught right in the middle. Yeah, he's not able to do it so well. Yeah, let's hope that he gets through. Right, where are we?
Okay, so you can continue.
I can at the moment. Can't guarantee.
All right, so read
You can't check and call it too busy, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, oh, sorry.
read number 8.
Yeah,
We'll just have to leave it.
yeah. Right.
Oh, it's just-
As Yeshua's companion in awakening, will not fail to hear his voice and listen to his words. He asks for nothing but my own release. There is no place for victimhood and suffering within a world whose loveliness can still be so intense and so inclusive that it is only a step from there to the state of pure formless awareness. Yeshua brings a vision of a different world to my tired eyes, a world so new, clean and fresh, that I will forget the pain and sorrow that I perceived before. Yet this is a vision which I must share with everyone I see, for otherwise I will not see it myself. To give this gift is how to make it mine, and so through my loving kindness, pure formless awareness of perfect love gives this gift to me.
Okay. So what's he saying in that one?
So we're Yeshua's companion in the awakening, and so he's not going to fail to listen to us. He's just wanting our release, and he's not going to tolerate victimhood and suffering when there's a world that's actually full of loveliness, and it's only a step away to the state of pure formless awareness. So it brings this new vision to these tired eyes and brings clean and fresh to forget all our woes. But we must share this with everyone, this love and kindness.
And so through my loving kindness, I just changed it a bit. God ordained in loving kindness that it be for you. And so through my loving kindness, pure formless awareness of perfect love gives this gift to me. See, so when I'm loving and kind to others, then I receive the gift of love myself. And that's the way that we really learn it. You know, it's why the rubber meets the road of this path in our relationships. You know, can you be loving and kind to others, even when they're not particularly necessarily very loving and kind to you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the test. You know, Yeshua said, and he said in his teachings when he was alive, you know, well, I say to you, you know, don't just love your friends and your neighbors, your friends and family. Love your enemies. It's easy to love your friends,
Mm-hmm.
but love your enemies. It says, you know, turn the other cheek. So when you do that, you let go of the ego in you. You let go of that belief in this false thought system. And through your own loving kindness, you become aware that this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the true self that activates it is in you. It must be, because you keep giving it to others in your loving kindness. And that's how we awaken to the knowledge that it is us, it is within us. We give it, we extend it, and so we must have it. If you keep giving something, you must have it to give. You know, that's obvious logic. The ego keeps giving guilt in the form of blame, so then it keeps reinforcing that you're guilty and sinful because you keep blaming and attacking others. That's how it works. But the same mechanism can be used positively. You can keep giving loving kindness irrespective, and then you learn that you must be the love that is the source of that loving kindness. And that's just what he's saying here. He's saying, I give you this and only this. So will you accept it or not? You know, the choice is yours. Okay. Did you finish number 7? I can't remember when you left.
I did, yes.
We finished number 7. Okay. All right. So moving on to number 9 then, 3 more paragraphs to go.
Yeah. Let us be glad that we can walk the world and find so many chances to perceive another situation where God's gift can once again be recognized as ours. Let us be glad that we can walk the world and find so many chances to perceive another situation where pure formless awareness of perfect love's gift can once again be recognized as ours. And thus will all the vestiges of hell, secret of sins and hidden hates be gone. And thus will all the vestiges, I can't say it again, another word, vestiges of hell, secret sins and hidden hates be gone. Right.
So vestiges means the
yeah.
remains. Vestiges, it's quite old-fashioned. It means remnants, as far as I'm aware. So remnants, vestiges. Sorry, I'm just doing vestiges meaning. Yeah, a trace or remnant of something that is disappearing or no longer exists. It's actually the correct word, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. It's just disappearing or no longer exists. It's not a particularly common word. So what do you think? Change it to remnants.
Well, either or.
Did you know what it means, or did you just had trouble pronouncing it?
Just had it pronouncing it was a problem. Just that moment.
So,
but I've heard the word numerous times before, so it's not just happened to just have a bit of a pronunciation block.
So all the remnants of hell, of victimhood
Oh, gone.
Victimhood and suffering, the secret sins and hidden hates. That we can walk the world, find so many chances to perceive another situation or appear formless. Perfect love's gift, once again be recognized as mine. I'm glad that I can walk the world. Find so many chances to perceive another situation where I can once again recognize, make it active rather than passive. And once again, recognize perfect love's gift as mine. And so will all the remnants of victimhood, suffering, the secret sins and hidden hates, be gone. It's pointing us here to the real world. What he calls the real world in the Course, which is the world still perceiving the world. In this world, you've still got perception going on, but it's the world without pain, without suffering, the world perceived correctly. The world perceived as just a mere stepping stone to pure formless awareness of perfect love, where all the remnants of victimhood and suffering are gone, the secret sins and the hidden hates, that we cherish, are gone, and only love remains. That's the enlightened state that he's training our minds to be in. And from that state, he says, God takes the final step. So pure formless awareness of perfect love merges with us finally, and that's the final step. We become one with that, and we leave this world behind entirely. Okay, number 3, all the loveliness.
All the loveliness which they concealed appear like lawns of heaven to our sight, to lift us high above the thorny roads we travelled on before the Christ appeared. And all the loveliness which they concealed appear like lawns of the state of pure formless awareness to our sight, to lift us high above the thorny roads we travelled on before my true self appeared. Hear me, my brothers, hear and join with me. Hear me, my companions, hear and join with me. God has ordained, just bear with me one moment, it's just his license.
Okay. All the loveliness which they concealed appear like lawns, like like the lawns of paradise. So my sight to lift me high above the thorny roads. Mm. Difficult roads I traveled on before my true self appeared. Painful roads. and concealed will appear like the lawns of paradise to my sight, to lift me high above the painful roads I traveled on before my true self appeared. So it says, hear me, my brothers, hear and join with me. So I will hear Yeshua. I'll hear Yeshua and join with him. The formless one is a perfect love, as ordained. God has ordained. I cannot call in vain, and in his certainty I rest content. Pure formless one is a perfect love, as guaranteed, shall we say, as guaranteed that I cannot call in vain. And so I rest content in its certainty, for I will hear and I will choose again. And in this choice, everyone is freed. I will hear and I will choose again. And in this choice, everyone is freed. Okay, I'll read that from the top.
Yeah.
Elaine, you back?
Yep, yes, yeah.
Okay,
Let me be
you want to read that
glad.
from the top?
Yep. Let me be glad that I can walk the world and find so many chances to perceive another situation where I can once again recognize perfect love's gift as mine. And so will all the remnants of victimhood and suffering, the secret sins and hidden hates be gone, and all the loveliness which they concealed will appear like the lawns of paradise to my sight, to lift me high above the painful roads I traveled on before my true self appeared. I will hear Yeshua and join with him. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has guaranteed that I cannot call in vain, and so I rest content in its certainty, for I will hear and I will choose again, and in this choice everyone is freed.
I wonder if we should say, instead of I will hear, I hear Yeshua and join with him.
Yeah.
So I rest content in
Good.
its certainty, for I hear the call.
And I choose again, yeah. Yeah.
For I hear his call. And I choose again. And is this choice, in this choice, everyone is freed. So when I choose my own freedom and awakening, I'm making the same choice for everyone. It becomes an example for everyone. That's what he's saying. Practically speaking, a cynic will go, well, how can everyone be affected by my choice? Only I'm affected. But it goes into the field we talked about, quantum field, morphic field of the whole of humanity, and that choice is felt by everyone on some level. If lots of people start making that same choice, then it becomes enormously powerful. Field starts really being activated. by truth. And we saw that in Yeshua's life. Many people started believing in what he taught, and that created a very, very powerful field, which is carried through to this day. That field was the foundation of the Christian religion, and everything that's happened since then, over 2,000 years, which profoundly changed the course of history, didn't it? You look at how that influenced certainly the West, but the whole world, because Western civilization became dominant, profoundly changed it. Before Yeshua came along, it was pretty barbaric. There's lots of just killing, and pain and suffering were kind of part of the course. There was no understanding of kindness and compassion, and with the Christian teaching, as distorted as it became, that did come through. That was kept. The kindness and compassion were taught now, and became part of commonly accepted practice. Okay, this is what we should be striving towards, the Christian values. So, and that influenced secular society greatly. It's a lot of transformation in society as a result of these ideas permeating in to collective consciousness and becoming entrenched in the way society works, in our secular laws. You shouldn't kill, you shouldn't steal. That all became law as a result of largely this powerful field that Yeshua set in motion. He's asking us to join with it again and free everyone through our choice. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 9?
That's good.
Okay, so going to number 10.
I thank you, Father, for these holy ones who are my brothers as they are your sons. I thank you, Source, for these innocent ones who are my companions as they are your extensions. My faith in them is yours. My faith in them is yours. I am sure that they will come to me as you are sure of what they are and will forever be. I am sure they will come to me as you are sure of what they are and will be forever. They will accept the gift I offer them because you gave it me on their behalf. They will accept the gift I offer them because you gave it to me on their behalf. And as I would but do your holy will, so will they choose. And as I choose only to do only your innocent will, so will they choose. And I give thanks for them. Salvation song.
Just pause. And so, and as I choose to act in accordance with only with your holy will, your pure would be better than your pure formless awareness. Maybe pure will is your pure formless awareness of perfect love. Used to act in accordance with only with your pure formless awareness of perfect love, so will they. Okay, I give thanks for them.
And I give thanks for them. Salvation's song will echo through the world with every choice they make. Awakening song will echo through the world with every choice they make. For we are one in purpose, and the end of hell is near. For we are one in purpose, and the end of victimhood and suffering is near.
Okay, so read that from the top.
I thank you, my source, for these innocent ones who are my companions, as they are your extensions. My faith in them is yours. I am sure that they will come to me as you are sure of what they are and will be forever. They will accept the gift I offer them because you gave it to me on their behalf. And as I choose to act in accordance only with pure formless awareness of perfect love, so will they. And I give thanks for them. Awakening song will echo through the world with every choice they make. For we are one in purpose, and the end of victimhood and suffering is near.
What's he saying?
Well, we have to be,
One?
well, we just want to thank the source for these innocent ones who are my companions. My faith is in them, and we are sure that they'll come. They will accept the gift I offer them, because we will act in accordance with the pure formless awareness of perfect love. And I give thanks. And awakening will echo through the world with every choice that's made. So, for we are one in purpose, and the end of victimhood and suffering is near. So, yeah.
Inspiring message saying, surrender. I want only the best for you. Surrender to what I'm suggesting here. Give yourself over to this awakening, and your choice will echo through the world. Every choice they make. So you become an example, as Yeshua was. And look at his powerful example. One man, he makes this powerful choice to be the Christ, and to express and extend that only in the world. And so many have benefited from that powerful choice over thousands of years, and continue to do so. He's asking us to become the Christ as he was, as he is, join with him as the Christ in the true self, and extend that out to the world, and be part of the awakening, help to wake everyone up through our example. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 10? Should we go to the last one?
Yeah.
You're always welcome.
In joyous welcome, in my hand outstretched to every brother who would join me within reaching past temptation, and who looks with fixed determination toward the light that shines beyond in perfect constancy. In joyous welcome, my hand is outstretched to every companion who would join with me in reaching past temptation, and who looks with fixed determination toward the pure formless awareness that shines beyond in perfect constancy. Give me my own, for they belong to you. Give me
my own, and they belong to you. And you fail in what is but your will. And
Just
you
pause
fail.
there, right? So I'm just going to
Mhm.
catch up. Give. When he says give me, you know, he's talking to us, so personalizing it, you say, give me your own, give me my own, for they belong to you. So I will give Yeshua his own, for they belong give me my own. He's talking about himself. Give me my own, for they belong to you. He's talking to God there. Give me my own, for they belong to you. Can you fail in what is but your will? Can you fail in what is but your will? I give you thanks for what my brothers are. Join with me in song of thanks. So this is kind of Yeshua's prayer. It's Yeshua's prayer to God, source. My hand outstretched. So he's talking about himself here. We'll say, Joyce, welcome. My hand is outstretched to every companion who wants to join with me and reach from past temptation. Looks with fixed determination toward the pure formless awareness. It's more powerful we personalize us. And he looks with fixed determination toward the pure formless awareness that shines in perfect constancy beyond it. I will give Yeshua his own. I will give me my own, for they belong to you. My source. Give me my own. Or they belong to you. And you fail in what is only your will. Only your awareness, shall we say. Can you fail? Can you fail to be what you are? That's what he's saying. Can you fail to be what you are? No. Because you are everyone and everything. Can you fail to be what you are? Give you thanks. I thank you for what my companions are. And as each one elects Jesus, shall we say? Sorry, you want to carry on, Elaine? As each one chooses.
Yeah. And each one chooses to join with me. The song of thanks from earth to the state of pure formless awareness grows from tiny, scattered threads of melody to one inclusive chorus from a world redeemed from hell and giving thanks to you.
many scattered threads of melody to one inclusive chorus. From a world redeemed from hell, from victimhood and suffering, or redeemed from and there. Or redeemed from victimhood and suffering, giving thanks to you. So read that from the top. Let's see if it makes sense.
Yeah. In joyous welcome, my hand is outstretched to every companion who wants to join with me in reaching past temptation, who looks with fixed determination toward the pure formless awareness that shines in perfect constancy beyond it. My source, give my own, for they belong to you.
Give me my own. Yeah.
Give me my own, for they belong to you. And can you feel to be what you are? I thank you for what my companions are. And as each one chooses to join with me, the song of thanks from earth to the state of pure formless awareness grows from tiny scattered threads of melody to one inclusive chorus from a world redeemed from victimhood and suffering, giving thanks to you.
Chorus arising from a world redeemed. Rising from a world redeemed from victims. Too many froms there, but sure what we do about it. One inclusive chorus rising from a world redeemed, maybe needs to be freed. A world freed. Freed from victimhood and suffering, maybe freed of. From a world freed of victimhood, and that's okay. Then there's not two froms. Rising from a world freed of victimhood and suffering. One inclusive chorus from a world freed of victimhood and suffering. One inclusive chorus gives thanks to you. Giving thanks to you. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
So what's he saying in that one?
Well, we all need to be very joyous at this truth, because this hand is outstretched to me and all my companions, and to join and reach past all these temptations, and with great determination towards this pure formless awareness. And yeah, we need to give thanks to each other, because that's who we really are. Away from this victimhood and suffering, we need to give thanks, because that's not who we are.
Collective awakening. So as I perceive others, I perceive myself. As each one chooses to join with me, the song of thanks from earth to the state of pure formless awareness grows. So the awakening becomes stronger and stronger. And I think, we're living in a time where it certainly is. People are awakening and saying, well, what is this really all about? We've gone so far in material progress, all this technology and stuff, and yet still, suffering, pain, sickness, death. And we saw that with COVID big time. Still very much there. All the technology hasn't solved those problems, and appears not to be able to. People still get sick, they still suffer, they still die. So what's really changed? We live We live in more comfort than we did in past ages, more material comfort. You know, it's the standard of living, the lifestyle. People live longer, maybe better quality lives, but yet there's still pain, there's still suffering, still sickness, still death, and everyone in the end is going to die. You know, we haven't invented a technology to prevent death, have we? And we never will, because
No.
it's in the mind. The technology is in the mind. It's the radical forgiveness or letting go thought system. That's the only thing that's going to do it. And that's not something you can do in form. It's something everyone has to learn and apply for themselves. It's in the inner domain, not the outer. So he's calling us in this final section to join this great awakening, to be part of it, to make the choice, choose once again for ourselves, but reminds us that it's not just for ourselves, it's for everyone. We are making the choice for freedom or for slavery of the entire human race as we choose for ourselves. It's quite a profound choice, really. And that choice, happens moment by moment. When you choose to get angry, when you choose to get upset, you choose to express that, then you're making the choice to keep everyone in hell, in a state of victimhood and suffering, where apparently anger and upset and drama are justified. And if you choose to let go, then you're making that choice for all of humanity and saying, well, actually, I can choose again and make another choice. I don't have to respond to this trigger. I can let it go instead. All right, so powerful message. I'm sorry, it was 11 for some reason. It's actually 12. So this is the last paragraph.
And now we say amen. For Christ has, now we say amen. For Christ has come to dwell in the abode you set for him before time was, in calm eternity.
So amen is so be it.
Yeah.
That's what it means. So it is, or so be it. So I'll just translate that. And now we say, so be it. Right? I've made my choice. Amen is just an affirmation of that choice, saying, so it is. So be it, or so it is. Which do you think is more powerful? So it is, or so be it?
So be it.
You prefer that?
Seems a bit stronger.
So be it. Okay, for my true self.
For my true self has come to dwell in the abode you set for it before time was, in calm eternity. The journey closes, ending at the place where it began. The journey closes, ending at the place where it began. No trace of it remains. No trace of it remains. Not one illusion is accorded faith, and not one spot of darkness still remains to hide the face of Christ from anyone. Not one illusion is accorded faith, and not one spot of limited awareness still remains to hide the face of my true self from anyone.
Identity, yeah?
Oh yeah, hide the identity of my true self from anyone. Thy will is done, complete and perfectly, and all creation recognizes you and knows you as the only source it has. Thy will be done completely and perfectly, and all extensions recognize you and know you are as the source it has. Clear in your likeness does the light shine forth from everything that lives and moves in you.
Clear in the likeness does the pure formless awareness shines forth. Can't see the rest of it.
Just catch up here. Just want to fix a couple of things. So thy will is done. So your awareness is complete. Your awareness is complete, whole and perfect. And all its extension and its whole extension recognizes you and knows you as the only source it has. So in your likeness does the pure formless awareness shine forth from everything. Pure formless awareness. The original was light shine forth, so we call light pure. Pure formless awareness. Shines forth from everything that lives. Original, clear in your likeness, pure formless awareness shines forth from everything that lives and moves in you, shines forth clearly in your likeness. Pure formless awareness shines forth, radiates out, maybe. Talking about frequency, really, when he says shines forth, like it radiates out, it's a frequency, radiates out clearly in your likeness. Everything that lives and moves in you radiates out clearly in your likeness from everything that lives and moves in you. I'm addressing the source again. Okay, then number 8.
For we have reached where all of us are one, and we are home, where they would have us be. Pure formless awareness radiates out clearly in your likeness from everything that lives and moves in you. For we have reached where all of us are one, and we are home, where you would have us be.
Therefore, I have reached where all of us are one. And we are home, capital H, where you would have us be, where you want us to be. So the prodigal son, comes home, at home, and the father only, in the story, the father only wants the son to come home and be be at home with him again. Wants nothing else. Well, I have reached where all of us are one, and we are home, where you want us to be. And so it is. So it is. Okay, so what's he saying in number 12?
Sorry, I'm just getting bombarded by the pets. They're needing to go out. Well, it's about our true self, that where our true dwelling is, and it's where calm eternity is, and this is where the journey ends, at this place where it began, and no trace of it left.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oops.
Calling us to the awakening, really. This final
Yeah.
section is like calling us and saying, choose once again, choose to be the Christ to awaken and join this great awakening, which is the only purpose of your life and anyone's life. The purpose of humanity is to awaken to its source as we truly are, and nothing else. So,
yeah,
very clear call, and he ends it on a powerful note. It's like, okay, choose once again, and that's not a one-time choice. That's choose and choose and choose again every day, every moment. You're making a choice as to which thought system you want to believe in. Come to love in the.
Right, I'm going to have to get moving. It's much later than I've got quite a lot to do.
Okay, well, we nearly. There's a bit of a summary if you want to read that.
I'll quickly read that, and then I must go because I've got so much to do now. It's gone on a bit longer, but yeah, no, very interesting though. Yeah, no, it's easy for the time to slip away there when it's okay. Temptation. No. Temptation has a singular lesson to convince me that I am a mere body, born to mortality and bound by its limitations. However, my true self, an extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love, presents a choice. I can either continue to perceive myself as weak and trapped, or embrace the strength of my true self. Trials in life are opportunities to make better choices, and my true self guides me to choose again, leading to healing and the removal of all misery. I am encouraged not to fear temptation, but to see it as a chance to let my self-strength prevail over weakness. The key to transformation is to affirm, I am pure formless awareness of perfect love created me. Its extension cannot ever suffer, and I am its extension. This shift in perception allows me to replace weakness with unending strength.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
To be honest, I'm going to have to dash. I'm going to have to dash because I'm just absolutely way past time. Can I leave it with you? Sorry.
Okay, well, just finish reading it then.
I'll fit, yeah, and then I must dash, yeah, because I'm unable to concentrate now because I've got my chores to do. Ultimately, I am reminded that my true self, which is the pure formless awareness of perfect love, is the essence of all living things. Rejecting the temptation to see suffering and loss, I can bring forth a vision of beautiful, inclusive world. Sharing this vision with others is how I make it my reality. In unity with my companions, we embrace the gift of awakening, dispelling the vestiges of hell and bringing forth a state of pure formless awareness
as we choose love over fear, we contribute to the end of suffering, fulfilling our purpose as one. I express gratitude for my companions, knowing that they will join me in this awakening, and together we sing the song of thanks, bringing redemption to the world. As the journey ends, we return to our eternal abode, recognizing the pure likeness of pure formless awareness in all that exists. We are finally home where the divine intends us to be. Okay, lovely chapter, and I'll be off now. So thank you very much. Bye, Jono.
So when do you want to do a session tomorrow? Evening?
You'll have to, yeah, because I'm working tomorrow. Yeah, I've got some work tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. See you tomorrow, Jono. Thanks very much. Namaste.
All right. It's tomorrow. Namaste. All right. So the key message of this is I am reminded that temptation aims to make me believe. Temptation aims to make me believe that I'm just a mortal body. But I have the choice to embrace my true self, which is an extension of pure formless awareness and perfect love. Wells offer opportunities for better choices. By affirming my true nature, I replace weakness with strength, contributing to a more inclusive and beautiful world. Together with my companions, we bring about awakening, the end of suffering, turning to our eternal home in pure formless awareness of perfect love. Together with my companions, I awaken. In the end of suffering, turning to return with them to our eternal home in the state of and so in pure formless awareness of perfect love. The temptation aims to make me believe that I'm just a mortal body, and I have the choice to embrace my true self, which is an extension of perfect love. Accept my true self. Instead, allows offer me opportunities for better choices. And by affirming my true nature, I replace weakness with strength, contributing to a more inclusive and beautiful world. Together with my companions, I awaken to the end of suffering, return with them to our eternal home in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So, yeah, great section. This is calling us to awaken to the truth of who we are, to join Yeshua in this great awakening, to join our brothers, our companions. So if you'd like to join me in these live sessions, look below. There's a link that will allow you to join a masterclass. You can sign up to that for free and join us in an introductory session soon. And you can also receive some of the material that I covered in the beginning, the email, the quotes, the email. I send that out on Telegram every day for free. So sign up to that. There's a link below if you're looking at this video on YouTube. And finally, subscribe to the channel. If you like the content, then you can get notified whenever I go live, join the live streams. So join us then. Okay, so thank you for watching. Thanks to Elaine for joining and making this possible. Thanks for listening and watching. And I hope you were as inspired as I was, to awaken to the truth of who you really are. Join Yeshua in this great awakening and free yourself and free the world. And that spirit, I'm signing off for today. Namaste, which means the true self, Christ in me, the true self in me, acknowledges and honors that same Christ presence, the true self in you. Peace.